The Orthodox Study Bible. Genesis 1. The Creation. In the beginning, God made heaven and earth. The earth was invisible and unfinished, and darkness was over the deep. The Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the water. Then God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God saw the light. It was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day. The darkness he called night. And there was evening and morning, one day. Then God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the water, and let it divide the water from the water." And it was so. Thus God made the firmament, and God divided the water under the firmament from the water above the firmament. So God called the firmament heaven, and God saw that it was good. And there was evening and morning, the second day. Then God said, "Let the water under heaven be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. The water under heaven was gathered into its places, and the dry land appeared. So God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let the earth bring forth the herb of grass, bearing seed according to its kind and likeness. Let the fruit tree bear fruit, whose seed is in itself according to its kind on earth." It was so. Thus the earth brought forth the herb of grass, bearing seed according to its kind and likeness. The fruit tree bore fruit, whose seed is in itself according to its kind on earth. God saw that it was good. So evening and morning were the third day. Then God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of heaven for illumination to divide day from night. Let them be for signs and seasons and for days and years. Let them be for illumination in the firmament of heaven to give light on the earth." It was so. Then God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. God set them in the firmament of heaven to give light on the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. God saw that it was good. So evening and morning were the fourth day. Then God said, "Let the waters bring forth creatures having life, and let birds fly above the earth across the face of heaven's firmament." It was so. Thus God made great sea creatures and every living thing that moves, with which the waters abounded according to their kind, and every winged bird according to its kind. God saw that it was good. God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let birds multiply on earth." So evening and morning were the fifth day. Then God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature according to its kind, the quadrupeds, the creeping things, and the wild animals of the earth according to their kind." It was so. So God made the wild animals of the earth according to their kind, the cattle according to their kind, and all the creeping things on earth according to their kind. God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of heaven, over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that moves on the earth. So God made man. In the image of God he made him. Male and female he made them. Then God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of heaven, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." Then God said, "Behold, I have given you every seed-bearing herb that sows seed on the face of all the earth, and every tree whose fruit yields seed. To you it shall be for food. I also give you every green plant as food for all the wild animals of the earth, for all the birds of heaven, and for everything that creeps on the earth, in which is the breath of life." It was so. Then God saw everything he had made, and indeed it was very good. So evening and morning were the sixth day. Genesis 2. Thus heaven and earth and all their adornment were finished. And on the seventh day God finished the works he made, and he rested on the seventh day from all the works he made. Then God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all his works God began to make. This is the book of the Genesis of heaven and earth, when they were made, in the day the Lord God made heaven and earth, before any plant of the field was on earth, and before any herb of the field sprang up. For God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground, but a fountain came up from the ground and watered the whole face of the earth. Then God formed man out of dust from the ground, and breathed in his face the breath of life, and man became a living soul. The Garden of Eden. Then the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man he formed. Besides this, God caused every tree beautiful to the sight, and good for food to grow from the ground. Also, in the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of learning the knowledge of good and evil. Now a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it separated into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon. It circles all the land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. The carbuncle and the emerald are there as well. The name of the second river is Gihon. It circles all the land of Ethiopia. The name of the third river is Tigris. It flows out over the Assyrians. And the fourth river is Euphrates. Then the Lord God took the man he formed and put him in the garden to tend and keep it. And the Lord God commanded Adam, saying, "You may eat food from every tree in the garden, but from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you may not eat, for in it, whatever day you eat from it, you shall die by death." And the Lord God said, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make him a helper comparable to him." Also, God formed out of the ground all the wild animals of the field and all the birds of heaven, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. Thus, whatever Adam called each living creature, that was its name. So Adam gave names to all the cattle, to all the birds of heaven, and to all the wild animals of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper comparable to him. Thus God brought a trance upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and filled up the flesh in its place. Then the Lord God built the rib he took from Adam into a woman and brought her to him. So Adam said, "This is now bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. For this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh." Now the two were naked, both Adam and his wife, and were not ashamed. Genesis 3. The fall of mankind. Now the serpent was more cunning than all the wild animals the Lord God made on the earth. And he said to the woman, "Has God indeed said, 'You shall not eat from every tree of the garden'?" And the woman said to the serpent, "We may eat the fruit from the tree of the garden, but from the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden, God said, 'You shall not eat from it, nor shall you touch it, lest you die.'" Then the serpent said to the woman, "You shall not die by death, for God knows in the day you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like gods, knowing good and evil." So when the woman saw the tree was good for food, was pleasant to the eyes, and the tree beautiful to contemplate, she took its fruit and ate. She also gave it to her husband with her, and he ate. Then the eyes of the two were opened, and they knew they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves coverings. Then they heard the voice of the Lord walking in the garden that afternoon, and Adam and his wife hid themselves within the tree in the middle of the garden from the presence of the Lord God. So the Lord God called to Adam and said to him, "Adam, where are you?" He replied, "I hear your voice as you were walking in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid myself." Thus he said, "Who said you were naked? Have you eaten from the one tree from which I commanded you not to eat?" Then Adam said, "The woman you gave me of the tree, and I ate." So the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." Thus the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed more than all cattle and more than all the wild animals of the earth. On your breast and belly you shall go, and you shall eat dust all the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall be on guard for his heel." To the woman he said, "I will greatly multiply your pain and your groaning, and in pain you shall bring forth children. Your recourse will be to your husband, and he shall rule over you." Then to Adam he said, "Because you heeded the voice of your wife, and ate from the one tree of which I commanded you, saying, 'You shall not eat from it,' cursed is the ground in your labors. In toil you shall eat from it all the days of your life. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face you shall eat bread till you return to the ground from which you were taken. Earth you are, and to earth you shall return." So Adam called his wife's name Life, because she was the mother of all living. Also for Adam and his wife, the Lord God made garments of skin and clothed them. Then the Lord God said, "Behold, the man has become like one of us, to know good and evil. Now, lest he put out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever." Therefore, the Lord God sent him out of the garden of pleasure to cultivate the ground from which he was taken. So he cast out Adam and made him dwell opposite the garden of pleasure. He then stationed the cherubim and the fiery sword which turns every way to guard the way to the tree of life. Genesis 4. Cain kills Abel. Now Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have acquired a man through God. Then she bore again, this time his brother Abel. Now Abel was a shepherd of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. Now, in the process of time, Cain brought a sacrifice to the Lord from the fruits of the ground. Abel also brought a sacrifice from the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. The Lord respected Abel and his offering, but he did not respect Cain and his sacrifices. So Cain was extremely sorrowful, and his countenance fell. So the Lord said to Cain, Why are you extremely sorrowful? And why has your countenance fallen? Did you not sin, even though you brought it rightly, but did not divide it rightly? Be still. His recourse shall be to you, and you shall rule over him. Now Cain talked with Abel his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and killed him. Then God said to Cain, Where is Abel your brother? He replied, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? Thus God said, What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. So now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall no longer yield its strength to you. You will be groaning and trembling on the earth. Then Cain said to the Lord, My guilt is too great to be forgiven. Surely you have driven me out of this day from the face of the ground. I shall be hidden from your face. I shall be groaning and trembling on the earth. Then it will happen, if anyone finds me, he will kill me. So the Lord said to him, Not so. Whoever kills Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. Thus the Lord set a sign on Cain, lest anyone finding him should kill him. Then Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, opposite Eden. Cain's family. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methushael, and Methushael begot Lamech. Then Lamech took 2 wives for himself. The name of one was Adah. The name of the second was Zillah. So Adah bore Jabal. He was the father of those who dwell in tents and have livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He is the one who invented the psaltery and harp. As for Zillah, she bore Tubal-Cain, a smith and a manufacturer of bronze and iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Then Lamech said to his wives Adah and Zillah, Hear my voice, you wives of Lamech, and listen carefully to my words, because I killed a man for wounding me, and a young man for hurting me. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, then Lamech 77-fold. Again Adam knew his wife Eve, and she conceived and bore a son, and he named him Seth, saying, God has appointed another seed for me instead of Abel, whom Cain killed. As for Seth, to him also a son was born. He named him Enosh, and he hoped in the Lord God and called upon his name. Genesis 5. The descendants of Adam. This is the book of the Genesis of mankind in the day God made Adam, whom he made in God's image. He made them male and female, and blessed them. And the day he made them, he called his name Adam. Now Adam lived 230 years, and begot a son according to his form and image, and named him Seth. After he begot Seth, the days of Adam were 700 years, and he begot sons and daughters. So all the days Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. Now Seth lived 205 years, and begot Enosh. After he begot Enosh, Seth lived 707 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. Now Enosh lived 190 years, and begot Canaan. After he begot Canaan, Enosh lived 715 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. Now Canaan lived 170 years, and begot Mahalalel. After he begot Mahalalel, Canaan lived 740 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. Now Mahalalel lived 165 years, and begot Jared. After he begot Jared, Mahalalel lived 730 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. Now Jared lived 162 years, and begot Enoch. After he begot Enoch, Jared lived 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. Now Enoch lived 165 years, and begot Methuselah. After he begot Methuselah, Enoch was well pleased to God for 200 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Enoch were 365 years. Thus Enoch was well pleasing to God, and was not found, for God translated him. Now Methuselah lived 185 years, and begot Lamech. After he begot Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years, and he begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. Now Lamech lived 188 years, and begot a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, He will give us rest from our work, and the toil of our hands, because of the ground the Lord God cursed. After he begot Noah, Lamech lived 565 years, and had sons and daughters. So all the days of Lamech were 753 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and he begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 6. Man's wickedness. Now it came to pass that men began to exist in great numbers on the earth, and daughters were born to them. So when the sons of God saw the daughters of man were beautiful, they took wives for themselves of all they chose. Then the Lord God said, My spirit shall not remain with these people forever, for they are flesh, so their days shall be 120 years. Now there were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men of old, men of renown. Then the Lord God saw man's wickedness, that it was great in the earth, and every intent of the thoughts within his heart was only evil continually. So God was grieved that he had made man on the earth, and he thought this over. Then God said, I will blot out man whom I created from the face of the earth, from man to cattle, and from the creeping things to the birds of heaven, for I am grieved I made them. But Noah found grace in the presence of the Lord God. Righteous Noah builds the ark. This is the genealogy of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, who was perfect in his generation and well-pleasing to God. So Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt before God, and filled with unrighteousness. Thus the Lord God looked upon the earth, and indeed it was corrupt, for all flesh corrupted their way on the earth. Then God said to Noah, The end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with unrighteousness through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make yourself an ark of square timber. You shall make the ark in compartments, and cover it inside and outside with pitch. Thus you shall make the ark, 300 cubits in length, 50 cubits in breadth, and 30 cubits in height. Now, when you assemble the ark, you shall gradually finish it up to a cubit at the top, and set the door in its side. You shall make the ark with lower, second, and third stories. And behold, I am bringing a flood of water on the earth, to destroy from under heaven all flesh in which is the breath of life. Whatever is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall go into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. From every living thing of all flesh you shall bring 2 of every kind into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of the birds after their kind, of animals after their kind, and of every creeping thing on the earth after its kind, 2 of every kind. They will enter into the ark with you, male and female, to keep them alive. You shall also take for yourself all kinds of food to eat, and you shall gather it both for yourself and for them. Thus Noah did according to all the Lord God commanded him. So he did. Genesis 7. The Flood. Then the Lord God said to Noah, Enter the ark, you and all your family, because I have seen you righteous before me in this generation. You shall also bring with you into the ark the clean cattle by 7s, male and female, and the unclean cattle by 2s, male and female, and the clean birds of heaven by 2s, male and female, to keep seed alive on the face of the earth. For after 7 more days I will cause it to rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and I will blot out from the face of the earth every living thing I made. So Noah did all the Lord God commanded him. Now Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters came on the earth. Then Noah, with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives, entered the ark because of the flood waters. Also the clean and unclean birds, the clean and unclean cattle, and everything that creeps on the earth, entered with Noah into the ark, 2 by 2, male and female, as God commanded him. Then it came to pass after 7 days, the waters of the flood came upon the earth, In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the floodgates of heaven were opened. Then it rained on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On the very same day Noah and his wife, his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives entered the ark. Also, all the wild animals after their kind, all the cattle after their kind, every creeping thing moving upon the earth after its kind, and every bird after its kind, entered the ark with Noah, 2 by 2, of all flesh in which is the breath of life. So those that entered, male and female of all flesh, went in as God commanded him. Then the Lord God shut him in the ark. Now the flood was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. The waters increased and lifted up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. So the waters prevailed and greatly increased on the earth, and the ark moved about on the surface of the waters. The waters prevailed exceedingly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered. The waters prevailed 15 cubits upward, and covered all the high mountains. And all flesh died that moves on the earth, birds and cattle, wild animals, and every creeping thing that moves on the earth, and every man. Thus all things in whose nostrils was the breath of life, and everything on dry land died. So he blotted out all living things on the face of the earth, both man and cattle, creeping things, and the birds of heaven, they were blotted out from the earth. Only Noah and those with him in the ark remained alive. Now the waters prevailed on the earth 150 days. Genesis 8. The flood ceases. Then God remembered Noah, and whatever was with him in the ark, all the wild animals, all the cattle, all the birds, and all the creeping things. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters subsided. The fountains of the deep and the floodgates of heaven were also stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters receded continually from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the waters decreased. Then the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, on the mountains of Ararat. The waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. So it came to pass, at the end of 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark he had made. Then he sent out a raven, which kept going to and fro until the waters dried up from the earth. He also sent out from himself a dove to see if the waters had receded from the face of the ground. But the dove found no resting place for the sole of her foot, and she returned to him in the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. So he put out his hand and took her, and brought her to himself in the ark. Then he waited yet another 7 days, and again he sent out the dove from the ark. The dove returned to him in the evening, and, behold, a freshly plucked olive leaf was in her mouth, and Noah knew the waters had receded from the earth. So he waited yet another 7 days, and again sent out the dove. However, she did not return to him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year of Noah's life, in the 1st month, on the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked, and indeed the surface of the ground was dry. Now, in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth was dried. Then the Lord God spoke to Noah, saying, Go out of the ark, you and your wife, and your sons, and their wives with you. Also, bring out with you every living thing of all flesh, birds and cattle, and every creeping thing that moves upon the earth, so they may abound on the earth, and increase and multiply on the earth. So Noah went out, along with his wife and his sons and their wives. Every animal, every bird, and every creeping thing that moves upon the earth according to their kind went out of the ark. Then Noah built an altar to God, and took of every clean animal and of every clean bird, and offered whole burnt offerings on the altar. So the Lord God smelled a sweet aroma. Then the Lord God thought it over and said, I will never again curse the earth because of man's works, although the mind of man is diligently involved with evil things from his youth, nor will I again destroy every living thing as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and spring shall not cease by day or by night. Genesis 9. Thus God blessed Noah and his sons, and said to them, Increase and multiply, and fill the earth, and have dominion over it. For the dread and fear of you shall be upon all the wild animals of the earth, all the birds of heaven, all that moves upon the earth, and all the fish of the sea. I have put them under your authority. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. I have given you all things, even as I did the green herbs. But you shall not eat flesh with its lifeblood. Surely, for your lifeblood I will demand a reckoning. From the hand of all the wild animals I will require it, and I will require the life of man at the hand of his fellow man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood shall be shed, because I made man in God's image. So then, increase and multiply, and fill the earth and have dominion over it. God's covenant with Noah. Then God spoke to Noah and his sons with him, saying, Behold, I am establishing my covenant with you and with your seed after you, and every living creature with you, the birds, the cattle, and all the wild animals of the earth, of all that came out of the ark with you. Thus I will establish my covenant with you, and never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of the flood, nor shall there ever again be a flood to destroy the earth. Then the Lord God said to Noah, This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you, and every living creature with you, for perpetual generations. I am setting my rainbow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. It shall be, when I bring a cloud over the earth, the rainbow shall be seen in the cloud, and I will remember my covenant between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. The waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. My rainbow shall be in the cloud, and I will certainly remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh on the earth. Again, God said to Noah, This is the sign of the covenant I established between me and all flesh on the earth. Now the sons of Noah who went out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Ham was the father of Canaan. These three were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was populated. Then Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. So he drank of the wine, and was drunk and naked in his house. Now Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and walking backwards, they covered their father's nakedness. Since their faces were turned away, they did not see his nakedness. Thus, when Noah became sober and knew what his younger son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be to his brothers." He also said, "Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the habitations of Shem. Let Canaan be his servant as well." Now Noah lived 350 years after the flood. So all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Genesis 10. The genealogy of Noah. Now this is the genealogy of Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and the sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Elisa, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan were Elisha, Tarish, the Kittim, and Rodias. From these the coastal nations were separated into their lands, each according to his language, in their tribes and nations. The sons of Ham were Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, and Sabteca. And the sons of Ramah were Sheba and Dedan. Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a giant on the earth. He was a giant, a hunter before the Lord God. Therefore, they would say, as Nimrod the giant, the hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babylon, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. From that land he went to Assyria and built Nineveh, Rehoboth-ir, Calah, and Resen between Nineveh and Calah, the principal city. Mizraim begot Ludum, Anamim, Lehabim, Naphtahim, Pathrasim, and Casluhim, from whom came the Philistines and the Caphtorim. Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, and the Chetite, the Jebusite, the Amorite, and the Girgashite, the Hivite, the Archite, and the Sinite, the Arvadite, the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. Afterward, the tribes of the Canaanites were dispersed, and the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon as you go toward Gerar, as far as Gaza. Then, as you go toward Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, as far as Lasha. These were the sons of Ham, according to their tribes, according to their languages, in all their countries, in all their nations. Now sons were born also to Shem himself, the father of all the sons of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder. The sons of Shem were Elam, Asher, Aphazad, Lud, Aram, and Cainan. The sons of Aram were Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. Aphazad begot Cainan, and Cainan begot Salah, and Salah begot Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. Joktan begot Almadad, Seleph, Hazarmaveth, Jerah, Hadoram, Uzal, Diklah, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan, and their dwelling place was from Mesha, as you go toward Sephir, the mountain of the east. These were the sons of Shem, according to their tribes, according to their languages, in their countries, according to their nations. These were the tribes of Noah's sons, according to their genealogy, in their nations, and from these the coastal nations were divided on the earth after the flood. Genesis 11. The Tower of Babel. Now the whole earth was one language and one speech, and it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and dwelt there. Then they said to one another, Come, let us make bricks, and bake them with fire. They had brick for stone, and asphalt for mortar. They also said, Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower, whose top will reach to heaven, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad over the face of the whole earth. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the sons of men had built. Then the Lord said, Indeed, the people are one race and one language, and they have begun to do what they said. Now they will not fail to accomplish what they have undertaken. Come, let us go down there and confuse their language, so they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth, and they ceased building the city and the tower. Therefore its name is called Babel, because the Lord confused the languages of all the earth. And from there the Lord God scattered them abroad over the face of all the earth. The genealogy of Shem. Now this is the genealogy of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. After he begot Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Now Arphaxad lived 135 years, and begot Canaan. After he begot Canaan, Arphaxad lived 430 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Now Canaan lived 130 years, and begot Salah. So after he begot Salah, Canaan lived 330 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Now Salah lived 130 years, and begot Eber. After he begot Eber, Salah lived 330 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Now Eber lived 134 years, and begot Peleg. After he begot Peleg, Eber lived 370 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Now Peleg lived 130 years, and begot Reu. After he begot Reu, Peleg lived 209 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Now Reu lived 132 years, and begot Sirug. After he begot Sirug, Reu lived 207 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Now Sirug lived 130 years, and begot Nahor. After he begot Nahor, Sirug lived 200 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Nahor lived 79 years, and begot Terah. After he begot Terah, Nahor lived 129 years, and begot sons and daughters, and he died. Now Terah lived 70 years, and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. The genealogy of Terah. Now this is the genealogy of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran begot Lot. So Haran died before his father Terah in his native land, in Ur of the Chaldeans. Then Abram and Nahor took wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and Iscah. But Sarai was barren, and had no child. Now Terah took his son Abram, and his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, his son Abram's wife, and led them out from Ur of the Chaldeans to go to the land of Canaan. And they came to Haran and dwelt there. So the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Genesis 12. God's promise to Abram. Now the Lord said to Abram, "Get out of your country, from your kindred, and from your father's house, to a land I will show you. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you, and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and curse those who curse you, and in you all the tribes of the earth shall be blessed." Then Abram departed as the Lord said to him, and Lot went with him. Now Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. So Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions, and every soul they acquired in Haran, and they departed for the land of Canaan. Thus they came to the land of Canaan. Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem, as far as the oak of Moreh, and the Canaanites were then in the land. Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your seed I will give this land." And there Abram built an altar to the Lord who appeared to him. So he moved from there to the mountain east of Bethel, and he pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. Abram in Egypt. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to dwell there, for the famine was severe in the land. So it came to pass, when he was close to entering Egypt, that he said to Sarai his wife, "Indeed, I know you are a beautiful woman. Therefore it will happen, when the Egyptians see you, so they will say, 'This is his wife,' and they will kill me, but they will let you live. Therefore say you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and I may live because of you." So it was, when Abram came into Egypt, the Egyptians saw the woman, that she was very beautiful. The princes of Pharaoh also saw her, and commended her to Pharaoh. Then the woman was taken to Pharaoh's house. Now he treated Abram well for her sake, and gave him sheep, oxen, donkeys, male and female servants, mules and camels. But the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. So Pharaoh called Abram and said, "What is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister'? I might have taken her as my wife. Now, therefore, here is your wife. Take her away and go your way." So Pharaoh commanded his men concerning Abram, and they sent him away with his wife and all he had. Genesis 13. Abram and Lot part ways. Now Abram went up from Egypt to the south, he and his wife and all he had, and Lot with him. Abram was very rich in cattle, silver, and gold. So he went on his journey from the south as far as Bethel, to the place where his tent was at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, to the place of the altar he made there at the beginning. There Abram called on the name of the Lord. Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, but the land was not able to support them, so they might dwell together, for their possessions were so great they could not dwell together. So strife arose between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and those of Lot. Now the Canaanites and the Perizzites dwelt in the land at that time. So Abram said to Lot, Let there be no strife between you and me, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate from me. If you take the left, then I will go to the right, or if you go to the right, then I will go to the left." Thus Lot lifted his eyes and saw all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, like the garden of God, like the land of Egypt as you go toward Zoar. Then Lot chose all the plain of Jordan for himself and journeyed east. So they separated from each other. Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, but Lot dwelt in the cities of the plain and pitched his tent even as far as Sodom. Now the men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked and sinful before God. Then God said to Abram, after Lot separated from him, "Lift your eyes now and look from the place where you are northward, southward, eastward, and westward. For all the land you see, I will give to you and your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, that if a man could number the dust of the earth, then your seed also could be numbered. Arise, walk in the land through its length and its breadth, for I will give it to you." Then Abram moved his tent, and went and dwelt by the oak of Mamre in Hebron, and built an altar there to the Lord. Genesis 14. Lot's capture and rescue. Now it came to pass in the reign of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that they made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is, Zoar. All these joined together in the valley of Siddim, that is, the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th they rebelled. Now, in the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings with him came and cut down the giants in Ashtaroth Karnaim and strong nations with them, the Zuzim and Ham, the Emim and Shava, Kiriathim, and the Horites in the mountains of Seir, as far as El Paran, which is by the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to En-Mishpat, that is, Kadesh, and cut down all the princes of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites, who dwelt in Hazeron Tamar. Now the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, went out and joined together in battle in the valley of Siddim, against Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of asphalt pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell in there. But those left fled to the mountains. Then they took all the cavalry of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their provisions, and went their way. They also took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. Then one who escaped came and told Abram the Hebrew, who at that time dwelt by the oak of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Anir, and they were allies with Abram. Now, when Abram heard his brother Lot was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants, born in his own house, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. So he divided his forces against them by night, and he and his servants attacked and pursued them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. So he brought back all the cavalry of Sodom, and also brought back his brother Lot and his goods, as well as the women and the people. The blessing of Melchizedek. Then the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shaveh, that is, the king's valley, after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and the kings with him. Now Melchizedek, the king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. He blessed Abram and said, "Blessed be Abram of God Most High, creator of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hands." Then Abram gave him a tithe of all. Now the king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the people, and keep the cavalry for yourself." But Abram said to the king of Sodom, "I have raised my hand to God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, that I will take nothing of yours, from a thread to a sandal strap, lest you should say, 'I have made Abram rich,' except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion." Genesis 15. God's covenant with Abram. After these things, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision, saying, "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, and will be your exceedingly great reward." But Abram said, "Lord, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus, the son of Masech, my domestic maidservant?" Then Abram said, "Look, you have given me no offspring. Indeed, my household servant is my heir." And immediately the voice of the Lord came to him, saying, "This one shall not be your heir, but the one who will come from your own body shall be your heir." Then he brought him outside and said to him, "Look now toward heaven, and count the stars if you are able to number them." And he said to him, "So shall your seed be." And Abram believed God, and he accounted it to him for righteousness. Then he said to him, "I am the God who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans, to give you this land to inherit it." And he said, "Master and Lord, how will I know I will inherit it?" So he said to him, "Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old female goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon." So he brought all these to him, and cut them in half down the middle, and placed each piece opposite the other. But he did not cut the birds in two. And when the vultures came down on the carcasses, Abram drove them away. Now around sunset a trance fell upon Abram, and behold, horror and great darkness fell upon him. Then he said to Abram, "Know for certain that your seed will be strangers in a land not their own, and will serve them, and they will afflict and humble them 400 years. Also, the nation they serve I will judge, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. But as for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace, buried in a good old age. Then in the 4th generation they shall return here, for the sin of the Amorites is not yet filled up." And it came to pass, when the sun went down, that there was a flame, and behold, there appeared a smoking oven and lamps of fire that passed between those divided pieces. On the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, "I will give this land to your seed, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, the Kenezzites, the Cadmonites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Uites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites." Genesis 16. Hagar and Ishmael. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bore him no children, but she had an Egyptian maidservant whose name was Hagar. So Sarai said to Abram, "See now, the Lord has restrained me from bearing children. Go in to my maid, perhaps I shall obtain children by her." Thus Abram obeyed the voice of Sarai. Then Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife, after Abram dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan. So he went in to Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw she had conceived, her mistress became despised in her eyes. Then Sarai said to Abram, "My wrong be upon you. I gave my maid into your embrace, and when she saw she had conceived, I became despised in her eyes. May God judge between you and me." Thus Abram said to Sarai, "Indeed, your maid is in your hand. Do with her as you please." So when Sarai dealt harshly with her, she fled from her presence. Now the angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness, and by the spring on the way to Shur. Then he said, "Hagar, Sarai's maid, where have you come from, and where are you going?" She replied, "I am fleeing from the presence of my mistress Sarai." The angel of the Lord then said to her, "Return to your mistress, and humble yourself under her hand." Again, the angel of the Lord said to her, "I will surely multiply your seed exceedingly, that it may not be counted because of its multitude." Once again, the angel of the Lord said to her, "Behold, you are with child, and you shall bear a son. You shall call him Ishmael, for the Lord has taken notice of your humiliation. He shall be a rustic man, and his hand shall be against every man, and every man's hand against him. He shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren." Then Hagar called the name of the Lord who spoke to her, "You are the God who sees me." For she said, "I have seen the one who appeared to me face to face." Therefore she called the well of him I saw before me. Observe, it is between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram named his son whom Hagar bore Ishmael. Now Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Genesis 17. Circumcision, sign of the covenant. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, "I am your God. Be pleasing before me and blameless. I will establish my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly." Then Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, "As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come from you. I will establish my covenant between me and you and your seed after you in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be your God and the God of your seed after you. Also, I will give you and your seed after you the land you are occupying as a sojourner, all the land of Canaan, as an everlasting possession, and I will be their God." Then God said to Abraham, "As for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your seed after you throughout their generations. This is the covenant you shall keep between me and you and your seed after you throughout their generations. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskin. It shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you. A child of 8 days old shall be circumcised by you, every male child throughout your genealogy. He who is born in your house and he who is bought with your money must be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin on the 8th day, that soul shall be cut off from his people, for he has broken my covenant. Then God said to Abraham, As for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. And I will bless her, and also give you a son by her. And I will bless him, and he shall become nations, and kings of people shall be from him. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed, and said in his mind, Shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child? And Abraham said to God, Oh, that Ishmael might live before you. Then God said, No, Sarah, your wife, shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. As for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will increase and multiply him exceedingly. He shall beget 12 nations, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this time next year. So God finished talking with Abraham, and departed from him. So Abraham took Ishmael his son, all who were born in his house, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskins that very same day, as God said to him. Now Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, and Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. That very same day Abraham was circumcised, and his son Ishmael. Also, all the men of his house, born in the house or bought with money from a foreigner, were circumcised with him. Genesis 18. The hospitality of Abraham. Then God appeared to him at the oak of Mamre, as he was sitting in the tent door during the noon hour. So he lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men stood before him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the ground, and said, O Lord, if I have now found grace in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Let water be brought, and let them wash your feet, while you cool yourselves under the tree, and I will bring bread for you to eat. After that you may pass by, inasmuch as you have come to your servant. They said, Do as you have said. So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, Quickly, make ready 3 measurements of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes. Then Abraham ran to the herd, took a young calf, tender and good, gave it to his servant, and he hastened to prepare it. He also took butter and milk, and the calf he prepared, and set it before them, and he stood by them under the tree as they ate. Promise of a son. Then he said to him, Where is Sarah, your wife? He replied, Here in the tent. Again he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life. And behold, Sarah, your wife, shall have a son. Sarah was listening in the tent door behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in age, and Sarah had passed the age of childbearing. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, I have not yet had a child until now, and my Lord is old also. Then the Lord said to Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh within herself, saying, Shall I surely bear a child, since I am old? Is anything impossible with God? At the appointed time I will return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. But Sarah denied she had laughed, for she was afraid, saying, I did not laugh. But he said, No, but you did laugh. Abraham intercedes for Sodom. Then the men rose from there and looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and Abraham went along and escorted them on their journey. Then the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham, my servant, what I am about to do? But Abraham shall surely become a great and populous nation, and in him all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. For I know he will order his sons and his house after him. They will keep the way of the Lord to do righteousness and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham what he has spoken to him. Then the Lord said, The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah has been completed, and their sins are exceedingly great. Therefore I will go down now and see whether or not they are carrying out the outcry coming to me concerning them. Then the men turned away from there and went toward Sodom, but Abraham remained before the Lord. So Abraham drew near and said, Would you also destroy the righteous with the ungodly? Suppose there were 50 righteous within the city. Would you also destroy the place and not spare it for the 50 righteous in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing as this, to slay the righteous with the wicked, that the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? Then the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. So Abraham answered and said, Indeed, now I, who am but dust and ashes, have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord. But suppose there were 5 less than the 50 righteous, would you destroy all of the city for lack of 5? He replied, If I find there 45, I will not destroy it. Again he spoke to him and said, But suppose there should be 40 found there. So he said, I would not destroy it for the sake of 40. Then he said, Let not the Lord be offended, and I will speak. Suppose 30 should be found there. So he said, I would not destroy it if I should find 30 there. Again he said, Since I have permission to speak to the Lord, suppose 20 should be found there. So he said, I would not destroy it for the sake of 20. Then he said, Let not the Lord be offended, and I will speak but once more. Suppose 10 should be found there. So he said, I would not destroy it for the sake of the 10. So the Lord went his way as soon as he finished speaking with Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. Genesis 19. The wickedness of Sodom. Now the 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. So when he saw them, he rose to meet them, and bowed with his face toward the ground. Then he said, Behold, my lords, turn into your servant's house, and rest, and wash your feet. Then you may rise early and go on your way. But they said, No, we will spend the night in the open square. But he insisted strongly, so they turned into him and entered his house. Then he made them a feast, and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. Now, before they went to sleep, the men of the city, the Sodomites, both old and young, all the people from every quarter, surrounded the house. Thus they called to Lot and said to him,
"Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us that we may have relations with them."
But Lot went out to them through the doorway, shut the door behind him, and said, "By no means, my brethren, do not act wickedly. I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you may do to them as you wish. Only do nothing to these men, since this is the reason they have come under the protection of my roof." But they said,
"Stand back. You came in to sojourn among us. Was it also to be making judgments? Now we will deal worse with you than with them."
So they pressed hard against the man Lot, and came near to break down the door. But the men reached out their hands, pulled Lot into the house with them, and shut the door. Then they struck the men at the doorway of the house with blindness, both small and great, and they became weary trying to find the door. Now the men said to Lot, "Have you anyone else here in the city, sons-in-laws, sons, daughters, or anyone? Then take them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because their outcry has become great before the Lord, and the Lord sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who had married his daughters, and said, "Get up, get out of this place, for the Lord is to wipe out this city." But to his sons-in-law he seemed to be joking. Now when the morning dawned, the angels urged Lot to hurry, saying, "Arise, take your wife and the 2 daughters you have, and get out, lest you be destroyed with the transgressions of the city." But they were thrown into confusion, and the Lord being merciful to him, the angels seized his hand and the hands of his wife and 2 daughters, and brought them outside the city. So it came to pass, when they brought them outside, they said, "Escape for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be overtaken." Then Lot said to them, "I pray, O Lord, since your servant found mercy in your sight, and you magnified your righteousness, which you showed me by saving my life. Nevertheless, I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil overtake me and I die. See now, this city, which is small, is near enough to flee to for refuge, and I shall escape there. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live." And he said to him, "See, I have acquiesced to you on this matter also, and that I will not overthrow the city concerning which you have spoken. Therefore, hurry to escape there, for I cannot do anything until you arrive there." For this reason, he called the name of that city Zor. Now the sun rose upon the earth when Lot entered Zor. Then the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of heaven. Thus he overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and whatever grew on the ground. But his wife looked back behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. Then Abraham rose early in the morning and went to the place where he had stood before the Lord. Then he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and he saw, and behold, a flame was ascending from the land, like the smoke of a furnace. So it came to pass, when God wiped out all the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the destruction, when the Lord overthrew the cities where Lot had dwelt. The sons of Lot. Then Lot, with his 2 daughters, went up from Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave with his 2 daughters. Now the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come in to us, as is the custom of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may rise up seed from our father. So they made their father drink wine that night, and the elder went in and lay with her father, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. It happened on the next day, the elder said to the younger, Indeed, I slept with our father last night. Let us make him drink wine tonight also, and you go in and lie with him, that we may rise up seed from our father. So they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger went in and slept with him, but he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. Thus both the daughters of Lot conceived by their father. Then the elder bore a son, and called his name Moab, saying, He is from my father. He is the father of the Moabites to this present day. Now the younger also bore a son, and called his name Ammon, saying, The son of my family. He is the father of the Ammonites to this present day. Genesis 20. Abraham and Abimelech. Now Abraham journeyed from there to the south, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned among the Gerarites. Then Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. For he was afraid to say, She is my wife, lest at some given time the men of the city should kill him because of her. Now Abimelech the king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, Indeed, you are a dead man because of the woman you have taken, for she is a man's wife. Now Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, O Lord, will you destroy an ignorant and just nation? Did he not say to me, She is my sister? And did she not say to me, He is my brother? I did this thing with a clean heart and righteous hands. Then God said to him in a dream, Yes, I know you did this with a clean heart, and I spared you that you might not sin against me. Therefore, I did not allow you to touch her. Now therefore, restore the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not return her, rest assured you shall die, you and all who are yours. So Abimelech rose early in the morning, called all his servants, and told all these things in their hearing. And the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, What have you done to us? How have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds to me that ought not to be done. Again, Abimelech said to Abraham, What possessed you to do this thing? Abraham replied, Because I thought, Surely the worship of God is not in this place, and they will kill me on account of my wife. But indeed, she truly is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not of my mother, and she became my wife. So it came to pass when God caused me to wander from my father's house, I said to her, This righteousness shall you do for me. In every place we enter, say of me, He is my brother. Then Abimelech took 1,000 pieces of silver, sheep, oxen, and male and female servants, and gave them to Abraham, and he restored Sarah his wife to him. Thus Abimelech said to Abraham, See, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you. Then to Sarah he said, Behold,
I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver, which will vindicate your honor before all those with you. But tell the truth in all things."
So Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his female servants. Then they bore children, for the Lord closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Genesis 21. The birth of Isaac. Now the Lord visited Sarah as he said, and the Lord did for Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. So Abraham called the name of his son born to him, whom Sarah bore to him, Isaac. Then Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, as God commanded him. Now Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. And Sarah said,
"God has made me laugh. All who hear will laugh with me."
She also said,
"Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? For I have borne a child in my old age."
Hagar and Ishmael sent away. So the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast on the day Isaac was weaned. Now Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, who was born to Abraham, playing with Isaac her son. Therefore she said to Abraham,
"Cast out this maidservant and her son, for the son of this maidservant shall not be heir with my son Isaac."
And the matter was very displeasing in Abraham's sight because of his son. But God said to Abraham, "Do not let it be displeasing in your sight because of your son and your maidservant. Whatever Sarah said to you, listen to her voice. For in Isaac your seed shall be called. Yet I will also make a great nation of the son of your maidservant, because he is your seed." So Abraham rose early in the morning, and took bread and a skin of water, and putting it on her shoulder, he gave it and the boy to Hagar, and sent her away. Then she departed and wandered in the wilderness near the well of Oath. When the water in the skin was used up, she placed the boy under one of the shrubs. Then she went and sat down across from him, at a distance of about a bowshot. For she said to herself, "Let me not see the death of my boy." So she sat opposite him and lifted her voice and wept. But God heard the voice of the lad from the place where he was. Then the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven and said to her, "What is the matter, Hagar? Do not fear, for God has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad and hold him with your hand, for I will make him a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and filled the skin with water, and gave the lad a drink. Thus God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the desert, and became an archer. He dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife for him from the land of Egypt. Abraham's agreement with Abimelech. Now it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and his friend Ochazath and Pichol, the commander-in-chief of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying, "God is with you in all you do. Now, therefore, swear to me by God that you will not deal falsely with me, or with my offspring, or with my posterity, but that according to the righteousness I did to you, you will do to me and to the land in which you have dwelt." So Abraham said, "I swear." Then Abraham rebuked Abimelech because of a well of water Abimelech's servants had seized. And Abimelech replied, "I do not know who did this thing. You did not tell me, nor had I heard of it until today." So Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them to Abimelech, and the two of them made a covenant. Then Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. Thus Abimelech asked Abraham, "Why have you placed these 7 ewe lambs by themselves?" He replied, "You must take these 7 ewe lambs from my hand to witness that I dug this well." Therefore he called that place the Well of Oath, because the two of them swore an oath there. Thus they made a covenant at the Well of Oath. So Abimelech rose with Ochazath, his friend, and Pichol, the commander-in-chief of his army, when they returned to the land of the Philistines. Then Abraham planted a field at the Well of Oath, and there he called on the name of the Lord, the eternal God. So Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines many days. Genesis 22. Abraham offers Isaac. Now it came to pass after these things that God tested Abraham, and said to him, "Abraham, Abraham." And he said, "Here I am." Then he said, "Take now your beloved son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a whole burnt offering on one of the mountains I tell you." So Abraham rose early in the morning and saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and he split firewood for the whole burnt offering, and arose and went to the place God told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted his eyes and saw the place afar off. Thus Abraham said to his young men, "Stay here with the donkey. The lad and I will go yonder and worship, and we will come back to you." So Abraham took the firewood of the whole burnt offering, and laid it on Isaac his son. Then he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and the 2 of them went together. Then Isaac spoke to Abraham his father, and said, "My father." And he said, "Here I am, my son." Then he said, "Look, the fire and the firewood, but where is the sheep for a whole burnt offering?" And Abraham said, "My son, God will provide for himself the sheep for a whole burnt offering." So the 2 of them went together. They came to the place where God had told him, and Abraham built an altar there, and placed the firewood in order, and he bound Isaac his son hand and foot, and laid him on the altar upon the firewood. Then Abraham stretched out his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven, and said, "Abraham, Abraham." So he said, "Here I am." He then replied, "Do not lay your hand on the lad, or do anything to him. For now I know you fear God, since for my sake you have not spared your beloved son." Then Abraham lifted his eyes and looked, and there behind him a ram was caught in a thicket by its horns. So he brought it for a whole burnt offering in the place of his son. Thus Abraham called the name of the place, "The Lord has appeared," as it is said to this day, "In the mountain the Lord was seen." Then the angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time out of heaven, and said, "By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you did this thing, and for my sake did not spare your beloved son, I will certainly bless you, and assuredly multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand on the seashore, and your seed shall inherit the cities of their enemies. In your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because you obeyed my voice." So Abraham returned to his servants, and they rose and went together to the Well of Oath, and Abraham dwelt at the Well of Oath. The children of Nahor. Now it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, "Indeed, Milcah has also borne sons to your brother Nahor, Huz, his firstborn, Buz, his brother, Kemuel, the father of Aram, Chesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah bore to Nahor, Abraham's brother. His concubine, whose name was Reumah, also bore Tebah, Gaham, Thahash, and Makkah. Genesis 23. The death and burial of Sarah. Now Sarah lived 127 years. Then Sarah died in the city of Kirjath Arba, that is, Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. Then Abraham stood up from before his dead and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying, I am a sojourner and a stranger among you. Give me, therefore, a burial place among you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. So the sons of Heth answered Abraham, saying, Hear us, my lord. You are a king from God among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our burial places. None of us will withhold his burial place from you to bury your dead there. Then Abraham stood and bowed himself to the people of the land, the sons of Heth. Thus he spoke with them, saying, If you have it in mind for me to bury my dead out of my sight, then listen to me, and speak on my behalf to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has at the end of his field. Let him give it to me at the full price, as a burial place among you. Now Ephron was sitting among the sons of Heth, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the presence of the sons of Heth, and of all who entered at the gate of the city, saying, No, my lord, hear me. I give you both the field and the cave within it. I give it to you in the presence of all my fellow citizens. Bury your dead. Then Abraham bowed himself before the people of the land, and he spoke to Ephron in the hearing of the people of the land, saying, If you are for me, hear me. I will give you money for the field. Take it from me, and I will bury my dead there. Ephron then answered Abraham, saying to him, My lord, listen to me. The land is worth 400 silver drachmas. But what is that between you and me? So bury your dead. So Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed out the silver for Ephron, which he had mentioned in the hearing of the sons of Heth, the 400 silver drachmas, currency of the merchants. Thus the field of Ephron in Machpelah, which was opposite Mamre, the field and the cave in it, and all the trees in the field, which were within all the surrounding borders, were deeded to Abraham as his possession in the presence of the sons of Heth, before all who entered the city. Then after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which was opposite Mamre, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave in it were deeded to Abraham by the sons of Heth as property for a burial place. Genesis 24. Isaac and Rebekah. Now Abraham was old, well advanced in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. So Abraham said to the oldest servant of his house, who ruled over all that he had, Put your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But you shall go to my land where I was born, and to my tribe, and take from there a wife for my son Isaac. And the servant said to him, Perhaps
The woman will not be willing to follow me to this land. Must I then take your son back to the land you came from?"
But Abraham said to him, "Beware that you do not take my son back there. The Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, who took me from my father's house and from the land where I was born, and who spoke to me and swore to me, saying, 'To you and your seed I give this land,' he will send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. And if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be released from this oath. Only do not take my son back there." So the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his lord, and swore to him concerning this matter. Then the servant took 10 of his lord's camels and some of all his goods, and departed. And he went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made his camels kneel down outside the city by a well of water at evening time, the time when women go out to draw water. Then he said, "O Lord, the God of my lord Abraham, give me success this day, and show mercy to my lord Abraham. Behold, here I stand by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw water. Now let it be that the virgin to whom I say, 'Let down your pitcher, that I may drink,' and she says, 'Drink, and I will also give your camels a drink,' let her be the one you appointed for your servant Isaac, and by this I will know you have shown mercy to my lord." Thus it happened, before he finished speaking, that behold, Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, came out with her pitcher on her shoulder. Now the virgin was very beautiful to behold, and she was a virgin, for no man had known her. She went down to the well, filled her pitcher, and came up. Then the servant ran to meet her and said, "Let me drink a little water from your pitcher." So she said, "Drink, my lord." Then she quickly let her pitcher down to her hand and gave him a drink. When she finished giving him a drink, she said, "I will also draw water for your camels until they finish drinking." Thus she quickly emptied her pitcher into the trough, ran back to the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, remained silent so as to know whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. So it was, when the camels finished drinking, the man took golden earrings, each a drachma in weight, and 2 bracelets for her wrists, 10 pieces of gold in their weight, and said, "Whose daughter are you? Tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge?" So she said to him, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, Milcah's son, whom she bore to Nahor." Moreover, she said to him, "We have both straw and feed enough, and room to lodge." Then the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord, and he said, "Blessed is the Lord, the God of my lord Abraham, who has not allowed his righteousness and his truth to forsake my lord. As for me, being on the way, the Lord led me to the house of my lord's brethren." So the young woman ran and told her mother's household these things. Now Rebekah had a brother whose name was Laban, and he ran out to the man by the well. So it came to pass, when he saw the earrings and the bracelets on his sister's wrists, and when he heard the words of his sister Rebekah saying, "Thus the man spoke to me," that he went to the man, as he stood by the camels at the well. Laban said to him, "Come in, O blessed of the Lord. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." Then the man came to the house and unloaded the camels, and provided straw and feed for the camels, and water to wash his feet and the feet of the men with him. Bread was then set before them to eat, but he said, I will not eat until I have told my business. And he said, Speak on. So he said, I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my Lord greatly, and he has become great, and he has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. And Sarah, my Lord's wife, bore a son to my Lord when he was old, and to him he has given all he has. Now my Lord made me swear an oath, saying, You shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I sojourn, but you shall go to my father's house and to my tribe, and take a wife for my son. And I said to my Lord, Perhaps the woman will not return with me. But he said to me, The Lord, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way. And you shall take a wife for my son from my tribe and from my father's house. You will be clear from this oath when you arrive at my tribe, for if they will not give her to you, then you will be released from my oath. So I came to the well today and said, O Lord, the God of my Lord Abraham, if you will now prosper the way I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass that when the daughters of the men come to draw water, and the virgin to whom I will say, Give me a little water from your pitcher to drink, and she says to me, Drink, and I will draw for your camels also. Let her be the woman whom the Lord has appointed for his own servant Isaac. And in this I will know you have dealt mercifully with my lord Abraham. But before I finished speaking in my mind, there was Rebekah coming out with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down to the well and drew water, and I said to her, Let me drink. And she made haste and let her pitcher down from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will also give your camels a drink. So I drank, and she gave the camels a drink also. Then I asked her, and said, Whose daughter are you? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him. So I put the earrings on her, and the bracelets on her wrists. Thus, being well pleased, I worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord, the God of my lord Abraham, who led me in the way of truth, to take the daughter of my lord's brother for his son. Now, if you will deal mercifully and justly with my lord, tell me, but if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, The command comes from the Lord. We cannot speak to you either good or bad. Here is Rebekah before you. Take her and go, and let her be your lord's son's wife, as the Lord has spoken. And it came to pass, when Abraham's servant heard their words, that he bowed to the earth and worshipped the Lord. Then the servant brought out jewelry of silver and gold and clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave gifts to her brother and her mother, and he and the men with him ate and drank and stayed all night. Then they arose early in the morning, and he said, Send me away, my lord. But her brother and her mother said, Let the virgin remain with us about 10 days. After that she may go. And he said to them, Do not hinder me, since the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my lord. So they said, We will call the young woman and ask her personally. Then they called Rebekah and said to her, Will you go with this man? She said, I will go. Thus they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her goods, and Abraham's servant, and those with him. They blessed Rebekah, their sister, and said to her, Our sister, may you become the mother of thousands of myriads, and may your seed possess the gates of their enemies. Then Rebekah and her maids arose, and rode on the camels, and went with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and departed. Now Isaac came through the desert to the well of the vision, for he dwelt in the south. Isaac then went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted his eyes and saw camels coming. Then Rebekah lifted her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she dismounted from her camel. For she had said to the servant, Who is that man walking in the field to meet us? The servant said, It is my lord. So she took a veil and covered herself. Now the servant told Isaac all the things he had done. Thus Isaac brought Rebekah into his mother Sarah's tent, and she took her, and she became his wife. So he loved her, and was comforted concerning Sarah, his mother. Genesis 25. Abraham and Keturah. Now Abraham again took a wife, and her name was Keturah. So she bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. Jokshan begot Sheba and Dedan. Thus the sons of Dedan were Raguel, Nabdid, and the Ashurim, the Letishim, and the Leumim. And the sons of Midian were Ephah, Epher, Hanok, Abidah, and Eldah. All these were the sons of Keturah. Now Abraham gave all his possessions to Isaac, but Abraham gave the gifts to the sons of his concubines, and while he was still living, he sent them eastward, away from Isaac his son, to the country of the east. The death and burial of Abraham. After these things, the sum of years Abraham lived were 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last, and died in a good old age, old and full of days, and was added to his people. So his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, opposite Mamre, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, the field and the cave Abraham purchased from the sons of Heth. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. Thus it came to pass, after the death of Abraham, that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt at the well of the vision. The genealogy of Ishmael and Isaac. Now this is the genealogy of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar, Sarah's maidservant, bore to Abraham. These were the names of Ishmael's sons, by their names, according to their families. Ishmael's firstborn, Nebajoth, then Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Dumah, Massa, Hadar, Tema, Jetur, Naphish, and Kedemah. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these were their names, by their towns and settlements, 12 princes according to their nations. These were the years of Ishmael's life, 137 years. And he breathed his last and died, and was added to his people. He dwelt opposite Egypt, from Havilah as far as Shur, as you go toward Assyria, and dwelt separate from all his brothers. Now this is the genealogy of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah as his wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Mesopotamia, and the sister of Laban, the Syrian. Now Isaac pleaded with the Lord for his wife, because she was barren. And God granted his plea, and Rebekah his wife conceived. But the children struggled together within her, and she said, "If all is well, why am I like this?" So she went to inquire of the Lord, and the Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two peoples shall be separated from your body. One shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger." Thus, when her days were fulfilled to give birth, indeed, there were twins in her room. Now the firstborn came out red. He was like a hairy garment all over. So she named him Esau. Afterward, his brother came out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel. So she called his name Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah bore them. Esau sells his birthright. So the boys grew. Now Esau was a skillful hunter, a man of the field, but Jacob was a simple man, dwelling in tents. Now Isaac loved Esau because he ate his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Then Jacob cooked a stew, and Esau came in from the field and was weary. So Esau said to Jacob, "Let me taste this red stew, for I am exhausted." Therefore his name was called Edom. But Jacob said to Esau, "Sell me your birthright today." Esau replied, "Look, I am about to die. What good then is this birthright to me?" Then Jacob said, "Swear to me today." So he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. Genesis 26. Isaac and Abimelech. Now there was a famine in the land, besides the first famine in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines in Gerar. Then the Lord appeared to him and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I will tell you. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you and bless you. For to you and your seed I give all these lands, and I will perform the oath I swore to Abraham your father. And I will make your seed multiply as the stars of heaven. I will give your seed all these lands, and in your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because Abraham, your father, obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my ordinances, and my laws." So Isaac dwelt in Gerar. Now the men of the place asked about his wife, and he said, "She is my sister." For he was afraid to say, "She is my wife," lest the men of the place should kill him for Rebekah, because she was beautiful to behold. Now it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of Gerar, looked through a window and saw Isaac showing endearment to Rebekah his wife. Then Abimelech called Isaac and said, "Quite obviously she is your wife. So how could you say she is my sister?" Isaac said to him, "Because I said to myself, lest I should die on account of her." Thus Abimelech said, "Why have you done this to us? One of the people could easily have lain with your wife, and you would have brought guilt on us." So Abimelech charged all his people, saying, "He who touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death." Then Isaac sowed in that land, and reaped in the same year 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him. The man began to prosper, and continued prospering until he became very prosperous, for he had herds of sheep and oxen and many fields. So the Philistines envied him. Now the Philistines had stopped up all the wells his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father, and they had filled them with earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go away from us, for you are much mightier than we." Then Isaac departed from there and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar and dwelt there. Again, Isaac dug the wells of water they had dug in the days of Abraham his father, for the Philistines had stopped them up after the death of Abraham. He called them by the names his father had called them. Also, Isaac's servants dug in the valley of Gerar and found a well of fresh water there. But the herdsmen of Gerar fought with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, "The water is ours." So he called the name of the well Injustice, because they quarreled with him. Then they dug another well, and they quarreled over that one also. So he called its name Enmity. So he moved from there and dug another well, and they did not fight over it. Thus he called its name Room, because he said, "Now the Lord has made room for us, and has increased us in the land." Then he went up from there to the well of Oath. Now the Lord appeared to him the same night and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not fear, for I am with you. I will bless you and multiply your seed for my servant Abraham's sake." So he built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord, and he pitched his tent there, and there Isaac's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech came to him from Gerar with Ahuzath his friend, and Pichol the commander-in-chief of his army. Isaac said to them, "Why have you come to me, since you hate me, and have sent me away from you?" But they said, "We have certainly seen the Lord is with you." So we said, "Let there now be an oath between us, between you and us, and let us make a covenant with you, that you will do us no harm, since we have not touched you, and since we have done nothing to you but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now blessed of the Lord." So he made them a feast, and they ate and drank. Then they arose early in the morning, and swore an oath with one another, and Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. It came to pass the same day, Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they dug, and said to him, "We have found water." So he called it Oath. Therefore the name of the city is the Well of the Oath to this day. Now, when Esau was 40 years old, he took as wives Judith, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. But they were contentious with Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis 27. Isaac blesses Jacob. Now it came to pass, when Isaac was old, and his eyes were so dim he could not see, that he called Esau his older son and said to him, "My son." And he answered him, "Here I am." Then he said, "Behold, now, I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now, therefore, take your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field and hunt game for me. Then make me savory food, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die." Now Rebekah was listening when Isaac spoke to Esau his son, and Esau went to the field to hunt game for his father. So Rebekah spoke to Jacob her younger son, saying, "Indeed, I heard your father speak to Esau your brother, saying, 'Bring me game, and make savory food for me, that I may eat it, and bless you in the presence of the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to what I command you. Go now to the sheep, and bring me from there 2 kids, choice and good, and I will make savory food from them for your father, such as he loves. Then you shall take it to your father, that he may eat it and bless you before his death." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "Look, Esau, my brother, is a hairy man, and I am a smooth-skinned man. Perhaps my father will feel me, and I shall seem to be a deceiver to him, and I shall bring a curse on myself, and not a blessing." But his mother said to him, "Your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my voice, and go, get them for me." So he went, and got them, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory food, such as his father loved. Then Rebekah took the choice clothes of her elder son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them on Jacob her younger son. She also put the skins of the kids on his hands and on the exposed part of his neck. Then she gave the savory food and the bread she had prepared into the hands of her son Jacob. Thus he went to his father and said, "My father." And he said, "Here I am. Who are you, my son?" Jacob said to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done just as you told me. Arise, sit, and eat of my game, that your soul may bless me." But Isaac said to his son, "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" He said, "Because the Lord your God brought it to me." Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near, that I may feel you, my son, whether you are my son Esau or not." So Jacob went near to Isaac his father, and he felt him and said, "The voice is Jacob's, but the hands are Esau's." Thus he did not recognize him, because his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. Then he said, "Are you my son Esau?" He said, "I am." He said, "Bring your game to me, my son, and I will eat from it, that my soul may bless you." So he brought it near to him, and he ate, and he brought him wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come near and kiss me, my son." So he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his clothing. Thus he blessed him and said, "Surely the smell of my son is like the smell of a field the Lord has blessed. Therefore may God give you the dew of heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let peoples serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brethren, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. And cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be those who bless you." Esau's lost blessing. Now it happened as soon as Isaac finished blessing Jacob his son, and Jacob had scarcely gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. He also had made savory food and brought it to his father, and said to his father, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game, that your soul may bless me." And his father Isaac said to him, "Who are you?" So he said, "I am your son, your firstborn, Esau." Then Isaac trembled exceedingly and said, Where is the one who hunted game and brought it to me? I ate all of it before you came, and I have blessed him. And indeed he shall be blessed." When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with an exceedingly great and bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me also, O my father." But he said, "Your brother came with deceit, and has taken away your blessing." Then Esau said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright. And now look, he has taken away my blessing." So he said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" Then Isaac answered and said to Esau, "Indeed, I have made him your lord, and all his brethren I have given to him as servants. With grain and wine I have sustained him. What shall I do now for you, my son?" And Esau said to his father, "Have you only one blessing, my father? Bless me also, O my father." But when Isaac was troubled, Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Then Isaac, his father, answered and said to him, "Behold, your dwelling shall be of the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. By your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you become restless, that you shall break his yoke from your neck." Jacob sent to Laban. Thus Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father blessed him, and Esau said in his mind, "Let the days of mourning for my father draw near, and I will kill my brother Jacob." So the words of Esau, her older son, were told to Rebekah, and she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said to him, "Surely your brother Esau is threatening to kill you. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice. Arise, flee to Mesopotamia, to my brother Laban in Haran, and stay with him a few days until your brother's anger and wrath turn away from you, and he forgets what you did to him. Then I will send and bring you from there. Why should I be bereaved also of you both in one day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob takes a wife from the daughters of this land, what good will my life be to me?" Genesis 28. Isaac sends Jacob to Mesopotamia. Now Isaac called Jacob and blessed him, and charged him, saying, "You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Mesopotamia, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take yourself a wife from there of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May God bless you, and increase and multiply you, that you may be an assembly of nations, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you and your seed with you, that you may inherit the land of your sojourning, which God gave to Abraham." So Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Mesopotamia, to Laban, the son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. Now Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Mesopotamia to take himself a wife from there. And as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, "You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan." And Jacob had obeyed his father and mother, and had gone to Mesopotamia. Also Esau saw that the daughters of Canaan did not please his father Isaac. So Esau went to Ishmael, and took Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife in addition to the wives he had. Jacob's ladder. Now Jacob went out from the well of Oath, and went toward Haran. So he came to a certain place, and stayed there all night, because the sun had set. Then he took one of the stones of that place, and put it at his head, and he lay down in that place to sleep. Then he dreamed, and behold, a ladder was set up on the earth, and its top reached to heaven, and there the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. So behold, the Lord stood above it and said, "I am the Lord God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac. Do not fear. The land on which you lie I will give to you and your seed. Also your seed shall be as the dust of the earth. You shall spread abroad to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. And in you and in your seed all the tribes of the earth shall be blessed. Behold, I am with you, and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have spoken to you." Then Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, "The Lord is in this place, and I did not know it." So he was afraid and said, "How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." Now Jacob rose early in the morning and took the stone he put at his head, set it up as a pillar, and poured oil on top of it. Thus Jacob called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of that city was Luz previously. Now Jacob made a vow, saying, "If the Lord God will be with me, and keep me in this way I am going, and give me bread to eat and clothing to put on, and bring me back in safety to my father's house, then the Lord shall be my God, and this stone I set as a pillar shall be God's house to me. And of all you give me, I will surely give a tithe to you." Genesis 29. Jacob and Rachel. Now Jacob went on his journey and came to the land of the east, to Laban. So he looked and saw a well in the field, and behold, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a large stone was on the well's mouth. Now all the flocks would be gathered there, and they would roll the stone from the well's mouth, water the sheep, and put the stone back in its place on the well's mouth. So Jacob said to them, "My brethren, where are you from?" And they said, "We are from Haran." Then he said to them, "Do you know Laban, the son of Nahor?" And they said, "We know him." So he said to them, "Is he well?" They said, "He is well. Look, his daughter Rachel is coming with the sheep." Then he said, "But it is still high day. It is not time for the cattle to be gathered together. Water the sheep, and go and feed them." But they said, "We cannot, until all the shepherds are gathered together, and they have rolled the stone from the well's mouth. Then we will water the sheep." Now, while he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. Then Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice and wept. So Jacob told Rachel he was her father's relative and Rebekah's son, and she ran and told her father these words. And then it came to pass, when Laban heard the report about Jacob, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. So he told Laban all these things. Now Laban said to him, "Surely you are my bone and my flesh." And he stayed with him for a month. Then Laban said to Jacob, "Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what should your wages be?" Now Laban had 2 daughters. The names of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were delicate, but Rachel was beautiful in form and appearance. Now Jacob loved Rachel. So he said, "I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter." So Laban said, "It is better that I give her to you than to another man. Stay with me." So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed only a few days to him because of the love he had for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in to her." Now Laban gathered together all the men of the place, and made a wedding feast. Thus it came to pass in the evening, he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to Jacob, and he went in to her. So Laban gave his maid Zilpah to his daughter Leah as a handmaiden. Then it came to pass in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? Was it not for Rachel that I served you? Why then have you deceived me?" Laban replied, It must not be done so in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and I will give you this one also for the service you will render me still another 7 years. Then Jacob did so and fulfilled her week. So he gave him his daughter Rachel as wife also. Laban also gave his handmaiden Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as a handmaiden. Then Jacob also went in to Rachel, and he loved Rachel more than Leah, and he served with Laban still another 7 years. Jacob's children. But when the Lord saw Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. So Leah conceived and bore Jacob a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said, "The Lord has surely looked on my humiliation. Now therefore my husband will love me." Then she conceived again, and bore Jacob a second son, and said, "Because the Lord heard I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also." So she called his name Simeon. She conceived again, and bore a son, and said, "Now this time my husband will be on my side, because I have borne him 3 sons." Therefore she called his name Levi. Now she conceived again, and bore a son, and said, "Now I will give thanks to the Lord." Therefore she called his name Judah. Then she stopped bearing. Genesis 30. Now when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said to Jacob, "Give me children, or else I die." So Jacob's anger was aroused against Rachel, and he said, "Am I in the place of God, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?" She replied to Jacob, "Here is my maid Bilhah. Go into her, and she will bear on my knees, that I also may have children by her." She then gave him Bilhah her maid as wife, and Jacob went into her. Thus Bilhah, Rachel's handmaiden, conceived and bore Jacob a son. Then Rachel said, "God has judged me, and he has heard my voice and given me a son." Therefore she called his name Dan. Now Rachel's handmaiden Bilhah conceived again, and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, "God has helped me, and I have wrestled with my sister, and indeed I have prevailed." So she called his name Naphtali. Now when Leah saw she had stopped bearing, she took Zilpah her handmaid, and gave her to Jacob as wife. So Jacob went in to her, and Zilpah, Leah's handmaiden, conceived and bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, "Good fortune." Thus she called his name Gad. Now Zilpah, Leah's handmaiden, bore Jacob a second son. Then Leah said, "I am blessed, for the women will call me blessed." So she called his name Asher. Now Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them in to his mother Leah. Thus Rachel said to Leah, "Give me some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "Is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" So Rachel said, "Not so. Let him lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes." Now, when Jacob came out of the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, "You must come in to me, for I have surely hired you with my son's mandrakes." So he lay with her that night. Thus God listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob a 5th son. Then Leah said, "God has given me my wages, because I have given my handmaiden to my husband." So she called his name Issachar. Now Leah conceived again, and bore Jacob a 6th son. Then Leah said, "God has endowed me with a good endowment. Now my husband will choose me, because I have borne him 6 sons." So she called his name Zebulun. Afterward she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. The agreement of Jacob and Laban. Then God remembered Rachel, and God listened to her, and opened her womb. Thus she conceived and bore a son, and said, God has taken away my reproach. So she called his name Joseph, and said, The Lord shall add another son to me. Now it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said to Laban, Send me away, that I may go to my own place and to my country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me go, for you know the service I rendered you. Then Laban said to him, If I could find grace in your eyes, I would seek for it divinely, for God has blessed me by your coming. So he said, Name your wages, and I will give it. Jacob replied, You know how I have served you, and how numerous your cattle became with me. For what you had before I came was little, and it has increased to a great amount. The Lord has blessed you since my coming. Now, therefore, when shall I also establish my own house? Thus Laban said to him, What shall I give you? Jacob replied, You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep your sheep. Let me pass through all your flocks today, removing from them all the gray sheep, and all the spotted and speckled among the goats, and these shall be my wages. So my righteousness will answer for me in time to come. When the subject of my wages comes before you, every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and gray among the sheep will be considered stolen, if it is with me. Then Laban said to him, Let it be according to your word. So he removed that day all the male goats that were speckled and spotted, all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, every one that had some white in it, and all the gray ones among the sheep, and gave them into the hands of his sons. Then he put 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. Now Jacob took for himself rods of green poplar, and of the almond and chestnut trees peeled white strips in them, tearing off the bark. So the white strips he had peeled appeared on the rods as spotted. Then he placed the rods he had peeled in the gutters of the watering troughs where the flocks came to drink, so they should conceive at the rods as they came to drink. So the flocks conceived before the rods, and the flocks brought forth speckled, spotted, and ash-colored speckled. But Jacob separated the male lambs and placed the speckled ram before the sheep, and all that were spotted among the male lambs. Then he separated for himself flocks by themselves, and did not mix them with the sheep of Laban. Thus it came to pass, whenever the sheep conceived, that Jacob placed the rods before the sheep in the gutters, so they might conceive according to the rods. But whenever the sheep had already given birth, he did not put them in. Thus it came to pass that the unmarked were Laban's, and the marked were Jacob's. So the man became exceedingly rich, and had many cattle and oxen, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. Genesis 31. Jacob flees from Laban. Now Jacob heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and from our father's property he has acquired all this wealth. So Jacob saw Laban's countenance, and indeed it was not favorable toward him as before. Then the Lord said to Jacob, Return to your father's land and to your family, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field where the flocks were, and said to them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not favorable toward me as before. But the God of my father has been with me. Now you know that with all my might I served your father. Yet your father deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times with respect to the male lambs. But God did not allow him to harm me. If he said thus, The speckled shall be your wages, then all the flocks bore speckled. But if he said thus, The white shall be all your wages, Then all the sheep bore white. So God has taken away all your father's cattle and given them to me. Now it came to pass, when the flocks conceived, I lifted my eyes and saw in a dream, and behold, the male goats and the rams that were speckled, spotted, and ash-colored speckled were mating with the sheep and the goats. Then the angel of God spoke to me in a dream, saying, Jacob. Thus I said, Here I am. So he said, Lift your eyes now, and see, all the male goats and all the rams mating with the sheep and the goats are speckled, spotted, and ash-colored speckled. For I have seen everything Laban is doing to you. I am the God who appeared to you at Bethel, where you anointed the pillar and made a vow to me. Now then, arise, get out of this land, and return to the land of your nativity, and I will be with you. Then Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, Is there still any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not considered strangers by him? For he sold us, and also completely consumed our money. For all the riches and glory God has taken from our father are really ours and our children's. Now then, whatever God has said to you, do it. Then Jacob rose and set his sons and his wives on camels, and he carried away all his livestock and all his possessions acquired in Mesopotamia, everything belonging to him, to go to his father Isaac in Canaan. Now Laban had gone to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen her father's idols. But Jacob had hidden from Laban the Syrian his intention of running away. So he fled with all that he had and crossed the river and headed for the mountains of Gilead. Laban pursues Jacob. Then Laban was told on the third day that Jacob had fled. So he took all his brethren with him and pursued him for 7 days' journey, and he overtook him in the mountains of Gilead. But God had come to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night and said to him, Be careful that you do not speak evil things to Jacob at any time. So Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountains, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the mountains of Gilead. Then Laban said to Jacob, What have you done, that you have stolen away unknown to me, and robbed me, and carried away my daughters like captives taken with the sword? Why did you flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and not tell me? For I might have sent you away with joy and songs, with timbrel and harp, and you did not allow me to kiss my sons and my daughters. Now you have done foolishly in so doing. It is in my power to do you harm. But the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, Be careful that you do not speak evil things to Jacob at any time. Now you have surely gone because you greatly long for your father's house. But why did you steal my gods? Then Jacob answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid. For I said, Perhaps you would take your daughters and all my possessions from me by force. With whomever you find your gods, let him not live in the presence of our brethren. Identify what I have of yours and take it with you. For Jacob did not know Rachel had stolen them. Thus Laban went in and searched Leah's tent, but found nothing. Then he searched Jacob's and those of the handmaidens, but found nothing. Then he entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the idols, put them in the camel's saddle, and sat on them. Then she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise before you, for the manner of women is with me. So he searched the entire tent, but did not find the idols. Then Jacob was angry and rebuked Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, What is my injustice? What is my sin that you have so hotly pursued me? Although you searched all my things, what part of your household goods have you found? Set them here before my brethren and your brethren, so they may judge between us. These 20 years I have been with you. Your sheep and your female goats have not miscarried their young, and I have not eaten the rams of your flock. That which was caught by wild animals I did not bring to you. I bore the loss of any stolen by day or by night. There I was. In the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus I have been in your house 20 years. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flock. And you have changed my wages 10 times with respect to the female lambs. Unless the God of my father Abraham and the fear of Isaac had been with me, surely now you would have sent me away empty-handed. But God saw my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you last night. Jacob's pact with Laban. Then Laban answered and said to Jacob, These daughters are my daughters, and these sons are my sons, and these sheep are my sheep. All you see belongs to me and my daughters. But what can I do for them today or for the children they bore? Now, therefore, come, let us make a covenant, you and I, and let it be a witness between you and me. Then he said, Look, there is no one with us. God himself is witness between you and me. So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. Then Jacob said to his brethren, Gather stones. So they took stones and made a heap, and they ate and drank there on the heap. And Laban said to him, This heap is a witness between you and me today. Laban called it the heap of testimony, but Jacob called it the witness heap. Then Laban said, This heap and this pillar are a witness between you and me this day. Therefore its name was called this heap witness, and also the vision, because he said, May God watch between you and me when we are absent one from another. If you humble my daughters, or if you take other wives besides my daughters, although no man is with us, see, God is witness between you and me. Then Laban said to Jacob, Listen, this heap and pillar are a witness. This heap is a witness, and this pillar is a witness, that I will not pass beyond this heap and this pillar to you, and you will not pass beyond this heap and this pillar to me for harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor judge between us. Thus Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered a sacrifice on the mountain, and called his brethren. And they ate bread and drank, and stayed all night on the mountain. Genesis 32. Jacob prepares to meet Esau. So early in the morning Laban arose, and kissed his sons and daughters, and blessed them. Then Laban departed, and returned to his place. So Jacob went on his way, and saw the hosts of God encamped. When Jacob saw them, he said, This is God's encampment. And he called the name of that place Encampments. Then Jacob sent messages before him to Esau his brother in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Speak thus to my lord Esau. Thus your servant Jacob says, I sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. I have oxen, donkeys, sheep, and male and female servants. And I have sent to tell my lord, that I may find grace in your sight. Then the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to your brother Esau, and he also is coming to meet you, and 400 men with him. So Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people with him, and the oxen and sheep, into 2 companies. Thus Jacob said, If Esau comes to the one company and destroys it, then the other company will escape." Again Jacob said, "O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord who said to me, 'Return to the land of your nativity, and I will deal well with you,' let me be satisfied with all the righteousness and all the truth you have shown your servant. For I crossed over this Jordan with my staff, and now I have become 2 companies. Deliver me from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am afraid of him, lest he come and attack me and the mother with the children. For you said, 'I will surely treat you well, and make your seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude.'" So he lodged there that same night, and took some of the things he had brought as a present for Esau his brother, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 sheep and 20 rams, 30 milk camels with their offspring, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 foals. Then he delivered them to the hand of his servants, each flock by itself, and said to his servants, "Go on before me, and put some distance between successive droves." And he commanded the first one, saying, "When Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, 'To whom do you belong, and where are you going? Whose are these going before you?' then you shall say, 'Your servant Jacob's. These things are a present sent to my lord Esau, and behold, he is also behind us.'" So he commanded the first, the second, and the third, and all who followed the droves, saying, "In this manner you shall speak to Esau when you find him, and also say, 'Behold, your servant Jacob is coming behind us.' For he said to himself, 'I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perhaps he will accept me.' So the present went on before him, but he himself lodged that night in the encampment. Jacob wrestles with God. And he arose that night, and took his 2 wives, his 2 maidservants, and his 11 sons, and crossed over the ford of Jabbok. He took them, and crossed over the brook, and sent over what he had. Then Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until the breaking of day. Now when he saw he did not prevail against him, he touched the socket of his hip, and the socket of Jacob's hip was dislocated as he wrestled with him. Then he said, "Let me go, for the day breaks." But he said, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." So he said to him, "What is your name?" He said, "Jacob." And he said, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have prevailed with God and with men." Then Jacob asked, saying, "Tell me your name, I pray." And he said, "Why do you ask about my name?" And he blessed him there. So Jacob called the name of that place, "The Form of God." For I saw God face to face, and my soul was saved. When the form of God passed by, the sun rose on him, but he limped on his hip. Therefore, to this day, the children of Israel do not eat the muscle that shrank, which is on the hip socket, because he touched the socket of Jacob's hip in the muscle that shrank. Genesis 33. Jacob and Esau meet. Now Jacob lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau his brother was coming, and 400 men with him. So Jacob divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 maidservants. Then he put the maidservants and their sons in front, Leah and her children behind, and Rachel and Joseph last. He then crossed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. But Esau ran to meet him, embraced him, and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. Then he lifted his eyes and saw the women and children, and said, "Who are these with you?" He replied, "The children God mercifully gave your servant." Then the maidservants came near, they and their children, and bowed down. Leah also came near with her children, and they bowed down. Afterward, Rachel and Joseph came near, and they bowed down. Then Esau said, "What are these things to you, all this company I met?" So he said, "That your servant might find grace in the sight of my lord." But Esau said, "I have enough, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself." But Jacob replied, "If I have now found grace in your sight, receive the present from my hands, inasmuch as I have seen your face, as though someone might see the face of God, and you are pleased with me. Receive my blessing I brought you, because God has shown me mercy, and I have enough." Thus he urged him, and he took it. Then Esau said, "Let us take our journey. Let us go, and I will go before you." But Jacob said to him, "My Lord knows the children are weak, and the flocks and herds with me are giving birth. If therefore the men should drive them hard one day, all the cattle would die. Let my Lord go on ahead before his servant. I will lead on slowly at a pace the children are able to bear, until I come to my Lord in Seir." Then Esau said, "Let me leave with you some of the people with me." But he said, "What need is there? It is enough that I found grace in my Lord's sight." So Esau returned that day on his way to Seir. Then Jacob journeyed to Succoth, built houses, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore he called the name of that place Succoth. Then Jacob came safely to Salem, a city of Shechem, in the land of Canaan, when he came from Mesopotamia of Syria, and he took up a position in front of the city. He then bought the parcel of land where he pitched his tent from Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 male lambs. There he set up an altar and called on the God of Israel. Genesis 34. The violation of Dinah. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. But when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, a ruler of the land, saw her, he took her, lay with her, and violated her. Now his soul was strongly attached to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the young woman and sought to win her heart. Then Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, "Get this young woman as a wife for me." But Jacob heard Hamor's son had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with the cattle in the field, so Jacob held his peace until they came. Then Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with him. Now the sons of Jacob came in from the field when they heard it, and the men were stunned and extremely grieved, because he had done a disgraceful thing in Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, something that should never have happened. But Hamor spoke with them, saying, "My son Shechem is passionately in love with your daughter. Give her to him as a wife. Make marriages with us. Give us your daughters, and take our daughters for your sons. Dwell among us, and behold, the land before you is spacious. Dwell therein, and trade, and acquire possessions in it." Then Shechem said to her father and her brothers, "Let me find grace in your eyes, and we will give whatever you ask. Make the dowry as great as you wish, and I will give it. Only give me this young woman as a wife." But the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father, and spoke deceitfully to them, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. So Simeon and Levi, the brothers of Dinah, and the sons of Leah, said to them, "We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to a man who is uncircumcised, for that would be a reproach to us. But on this condition we will consent to you, if you will become as we are. If every male of you is circumcised, then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not heed us and be circumcised, then we will take our daughters and be gone." Now their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. So the young man did not delay to do the thing, because he delighted in Jacob's daughter. He was the most esteemed of all those in his father's house. And Hamor and Shechem his son came to the gate of their city, and spoke with the men of their city, saying, "These men are at peace with us. Therefore let them dwell in the land and trade in it. For indeed the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters as wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only on this condition will the men consent to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us is circumcised as they are circumcised, will not their livestock, their property, and every animal of theirs be ours? Only let us consent to them, and they will dwell with us." Thus all who went out of the gate of the city heeded Hamor and Shechem his son. Every male was circumcised in the flesh. Now it came to pass on the third day, when they were in pain, 2 sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, each took his sword, and came boldly upon the city, and killed all the males. They also killed Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah from Shechem's house, and went out. Then the sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and plundered the city in which Dinah their sister had been defiled. They took their sheep, their oxen, and their donkeys, what was in the city and what was in the field, and took captive all their wives, their children, and their servants, and plundered whatever was in the city and in the houses. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You made me an object of hatred, so as to be evil to all the inhabitants of the land, both among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And since I am few in number, they will gather themselves together against me and kill me. I shall be destroyed, my household and I." But they said, "Should he treat our sister like a prostitute?" Genesis 35. Jacob at Bethel. Now God said to Jacob, "Arise, go to Bethel, and dwell there, and make an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother." Then Jacob said to his household and all who were with him, "Put away the foreign gods among you, purify yourselves, and change your garments. Let us arise and go up to Bethel, and make there an altar to God, who answered me in the day of my tribulation, and was with me, and saved me on the road I traveled." So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods in their hands, and the earrings in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the terebinth tree near Shechem. Then Israel departed from Shechem, and the fear of God was upon all the cities around them. Thus they did not pursue the sons of Jacob. Now Jacob came to Luz, that is Bethel, in the land of Canaan, he and all the people with him. He built an altar there, and called the place Bethel, because there God appeared to him when he fled from the face of his brother Esau. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried below Bethel under the oak. So Jacob called its name the Oak of Mourning. Then God appeared to Jacob again when he came from Mesopotamia, and blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob. Your name shall not any more be called Jacob, but Israel shall be your name." God also said to him, "I am your God. Increase and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall proceed from you, and kings shall come from your body. The land I gave Abraham and Isaac I give to you, and to your seed after you I give this land." Then God ascended from him in the place where he talked with him. So Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, a pillar of stone, and he poured a drink offering on it, and he poured oil on it. Thus Jacob called the name of the place where God spoke with him, Bethel. The death of Rachel. Then Jacob departed from Bethel, and when there was but a little distance to go to Ephrath, Rachel labored with much difficulty in childbirth. Now it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said to her, "Take courage, you will have this son also." So it was, as her soul was departing, for she died, she called his name Ben-Oni, but his father called him Benjamin. Thus Rachel died, and was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. Then Jacob set a pillar on her grave, which is the pillar of Rachel's grave to this day. Now Israel journeyed and pitched his tent beyond the tower of Eder. So it happened, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. Israel heard about it, and it was seen as evil in his sight. The 12 sons of Jacob. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah were Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Bilhah, Rachel's maidservant, were Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's maidservant, were Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob, who were born to him in Mesopotamia of Syria. The death of Isaac. Then Jacob came to his father Isaac at Mamre, or Kirjath Arba, that is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. Now the days of Isaac were 180 years. So Isaac breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people, being old and full of days. Thus his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis 36. The genealogy of Esau. Now this is the genealogy of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives from the daughters of the Canaanites: Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite; Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite; and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth. Now Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau, and Basemath bore Reuel, and Aholibamah bore Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the sons of Esau, who were born to him in the land of Canaan. Then Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, and all the persons of his household, his cattle, and all his animals, and all his goods he gained in the land of Canaan, and went to a country away from the presence of his brother Jacob. For their possessions were too great for them to dwell together, and the land of their sojourning could not support them because of their abundance. So Esau dwelt in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. Now this is the genealogy of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. These were the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau, and Reuel, the son of Basemath, the wife of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Now Timnah was the concubine of Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore Amalek to Eliphaz. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. These were the sons of Reuel: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. These were the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon. She bore to Esau Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, were chief Taman, chief Omar, chief Zepho, chief Kenaz, chief Korah, chief Gatam, and chief Amalek. These were the chiefs of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. They were the sons of Ada. These were the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, chief Nahath, chief Zerah, chief Shema, and chief Mizah. These were the chiefs of Reuel in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. These were the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife, chief Jeush, chief Jalem, and chief Korah. These were the chiefs of Aholibamah. These were the sons of Esau, and these were their chiefs, the sons of Edom. These were the sons of Seir the Horite, who inhabited the land Lotan, Shulbah, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishon. These were the chiefs of the Horites, the sons of Seir in the land of Edom, and the sons of Lotan were Hori and Heman. Lotan's sister was Timnah. These were the sons of Shubal, Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. These were the sons of Zibeon, Ajah, and Anah. This was the Anah who found the hot springs in the desert as he pastured the donkeys of his father Zibeon. These were the children of Anah, Dishon, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah. These were the sons of Dishon, Hemdan, Ishban, Ithran, and Cheran. These were the sons of Ezer, Balaam, Zucam, Jucam, and Ucam. These were the sons of Dishan, Uz, and Aran. These were the chiefs of the Horites, chief Lotan, chief Shobal, chief Zibeon, chief Anah, chief Dishon, chief Ezer, and chief Dishan. These were the chiefs of the Horites, according to their chiefdoms in the land of Seir. Now these were the kings who reigned in the land of Edom, before any king reigned over the children of Israel. Balak, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. So when Balak died, Jobab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his place. When Jobab died, Husham of the land of the Temanites reigned in his place. When Husham died, Hadad, the son of Barad, who attacked Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place, and the name of his city was Gethaim. When Hadad died, Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his place. When Samlah died, Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his place. When Saul died, Baal-Hanan, the son of Archbor, reigned in his place. And when Baal-Hanan, the son of Archbor, died, Harad, the son of Barad, reigned in his place, and the name of his city was Fogor. His wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. These were the names of the chiefs of Esau, in their tribes and places, and in their countries and nations: chief Timnah, chief Alva, chief Jeteth, chief Aholibamah, chief Elah, chief Pinon, chief Kenaz, chief Timnah, chief Bizar, chief Magdiel, and chief Zaphoim. These were the chiefs of Edom in their dwelling places in the land of their possession. Esau was the father of the Edomites. Genesis 37. Joseph's Dream. Now Jacob dwelt in the land where his father had sojourned, in the land of Canaan. This is the genealogy of Jacob. Joseph being 17 years old, was shepherding the sheep with his brothers. Now the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought a bad report of them to his father. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his sons, because he was the son of his old age. He also made him a tunic of many colors. But when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him and could not speak civilly to him. Then Joseph had a dream and reported it to his brothers. Thus he said to them, "Hear this dream I dreamed. There we were, binding sheaves in the field. Then beyond, my sheaf arose and also stood upright, and indeed your sheaves stood all around and bowed down to my sheaf." So his brothers said to him, "Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us?" So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Then he dreamed still another dream and told it to his brothers and said, "Look, I have dreamed another dream, and this time the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars bowed down to me." So he told it to his father and his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream you have dreamed? Shall your mother and I and your brothers indeed come and bow down on the ground before you?" And his brothers envied him, but his father kept the matter in mind. Joseph is sold into Egypt. Then his brothers went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said to Joseph, "Are not your brothers shepherding the sheep in Shechem? Come, I will send you to them." So he said to him, "Here I am." Then Israel said to him, "Go and see if it is well with your brothers and well with the sheep, and bring back word to me." So he sent him out of the valley of Hebron, and he went to Shechem. Now a certain man found him, and there he was wandering in the field. So the man asked him, saying, "What are you seeking?" He replied, "I am looking for my brothers. Tell me where they are feeding their sheep." The man said to him, "They have departed from here, for I heard them say, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. Now when they saw him afar off, even before he came near them, they conspired against him to kill him. Then they said to one another, "Look, this dreamer is coming. Come, therefore, let us now kill him and cast him into some pit, and we shall say, 'Some wild beast has devoured him.' We shall see what will become of his dreams." But Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, "Let us not kill him." Again Reuben said to them, "Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit in the desert, and do not lay a hand on him," that he might deliver him out of their hands, and bring him back to his father. So it came to pass, when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped the tunic of many colors off him. Then they took him and cast him into a pit, which was empty, for there was no water in it. They then sat down to eat a meal, and lifted their eyes and looked, and there was a company of Ishmaelite wayfarers coming from Gilead, with their camels bearing spices, balm, myrrh, on their way to carry them down to Egypt. So Judah said to his brothers, "What profit is there if we kill our brother and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, but let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh." And his brothers listened. Thus the Midianite traders passed by, and the brothers pulled Joseph up and lifted him out of the pit. And they sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of gold. So they took Joseph to Egypt. Then Reuben returned to the pit, and when he saw Joseph was not in there, he tore his clothes. So he returned to his brothers and said, "The lad is not there, and where shall I go?" Thus they took Joseph's tunic, killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the tunic in the blood. Then they sent the tunic of many colors and had it brought to their father and said, "We found this. Do you know whether it is your son's tunic or not?" So he recognized it and said, "This is my son's tunic. A wild animal has devoured Joseph and carried him off." Then Jacob tore his clothes, put sackcloth on his waist, and mourned for his son many days. Thus all his sons and daughters arose to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted, and he said, "I shall go down into the grave to my son in mourning." So his father wept for him. Now the Midianites had sold him in Egypt to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and captain of the guard. Genesis 38. Judah and Tamar. It came to pass at that time that Judah departed from his brothers and visited a certain Adullamite, whose name was Hira. Then Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua, and he married her and went into her. So she conceived and bore a son, and called his name She conceived again and bore a son, and called his name Onan. She conceived yet again and bore a son, and called his name Shelah. She was at Chizib when she bore them. Then Judah took a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was evil in the sight of the Lord, and God killed him. So Judah said to Onan, "Go into your brother's wife and marry her, and as her brother-in-law, raise up seed to your brother." But Onan knew the seed would not be his, and it came to pass that whenever he went in to his brother's wife, he emitted his semen on the ground, lest he should give seed to his brother. But the thing he did appeared evil in the sight of the Lord. Therefore he also put him to death. Then Judah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, "Remain a widow in your father's house till my son Shelah is grown." For he said, "Lest he also die like his brothers." So Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. Now, in the process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died, and Judah was comforted and went up to his sheep shearers at Timnah, he and his shepherd Hira the Adullamite. So it was told Tamar, saying, "Look, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep." Thus she took off her widow's garments, covered herself with a veil, made herself beautiful, and sat down near the gates of Ainan on the way past Timnah. For she saw Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him as a wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, because she had covered her face, and he did not recognize her. Then he turned to her by the way and said, "Let me come in to you," for he did not know she was his daughter-in-law. So she said, "What will you give me that you may come in to me?" He replied, "I will send a young goat from the flocks." So she said, "Will you give me a pledge till you send it?" Then he said, "What pledge shall I give you?" So she said, "Your ring and cord and the staff in your hand." Then he gave them to her, and went into her, and she conceived by him. So she arose and went away, and laid aside her veil and put on the garments of her widowhood. Thus Judah sent the young goat by the hand of his shepherd the Adullamite to receive his pledge from the woman, but he did not find her. Then he asked the man of that place, saying, "Where is the prostitute who was in Ainan by the roadside?" They replied, "There was no prostitute here." So he returned to Judah and said, "I cannot find her." Also, the men of the place said no prostitute had been there. Then Judah said, Let her have them, lest we should become a laughingstock, for I sent this young goat, but you did not find her." Thus it came to pass, about 3 months after, that Judah was told, saying, "Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has committed fornication and is pregnant because of her adultery." So Judah said, "Bring her out, and let her be burned." When she was brought out, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, "By the man to whom these belong, I am with child." So she said, "Determine who these are, the ring, the cord, and the staff." So Judah acknowledged them and said, "She has been more righteous than I, because I did not give her to Shelah my son." But he never knew her again. Then it came to pass, at the time for giving birth, that behold, twins were in her womb. So it was, when she was giving birth, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took a scarlet thread and bound it on his hand, saying, "This one came out first." Then it happened, as he drew back his hand, that his brother came out unexpectedly, and she said, "How did you break through? This breach be upon you." Therefore she called his name Perez. Afterward his brother came out, with the scarlet thread on his hand, and she called his name Zerah. Genesis 39. Joseph imprisoned in Egypt. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt, and Potiphar, Pharaoh's eunuch and captain of the guard, an Egyptian, had bought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him down there. The Lord was with Joseph, and he was a successful man, and he was living in the house of his lord the Egyptian. So his lord saw that the Lord was with him, and the Lord made all he did to prosper in his hand. Thus Joseph found grace in his sight, and was pleasing to him. Then he made him overseer of his house, and put everything he had under Joseph's authority. So it was, from the time he made him overseer of his house and all he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake, and the blessing of the Lord was on all he had in the house and in the field. Thus he left all he had in Joseph's hand, and did not know what he had except for the bread he ate. Now Joseph was handsome in form and appearance. Then it came to pass after these things that his lord's wife cast longing eyes on Joseph, and she said, "Lie with me." But he refused, and said to his lord's wife, "Look, my lord does not know what is with me in the house, and has committed all he has to my hand. There is no one greater in this house than I, nor has he kept back anything from me but you, because you are his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?" So it was, as she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he did not heed her, to lie with her or have relations with her. But it happened about this time, when Joseph went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house was inside, she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." But he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and ran outside. So it was, when she saw he had left his garment in her hand, and fled outside, she called the men of the house, and spoke to them, saying, "See, he brought into us a Hebrew to mock us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice. Thus it happened, when he heard that I lifted my voice and cried out, he left his garment with me, and fled, and went outside." So she kept his garment with her until his lord came home. Then she spoke to him with words like these, saying, "The Hebrew servant you brought to us came in to me to mock me. So it happened, as I lifted my voice and cried out, he left his garment with me and fled outside." So it was, when his lord heard the words his wife spoke to him, saying, "Your servant did to me after this manner." His anger was aroused. Then Joseph's lord took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were confined. But the Lord was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and he gave him grace in the sight of the chief prison keeper. So the chief keeper of the prison put under Joseph's authority both the prison and all the prisoners, and whatever they did there. The chief keeper of the prison did not look into anything under Joseph's authority, because the Lord was with him, and whatever he did, the Lord made it prosper. Genesis 40. Joseph interprets the dream of the prisoners. Now, it came to pass after these things, that the king of Egypt's chief cupbearer and chief baker offended their lord, the king of Egypt. So Pharaoh was angry with his 2 eunuchs, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. Thus he put them in custody with the chief bodyguard in the prison, the place where Joseph was confined. Then the chief jailer committed them to Joseph, and he attended them, so they were in custody for a while. Then the king of Egypt's chief cupbearer and the chief baker, who were confined in the prison, had a dream, both of them, each man's dream in one night, and each man's dream with its own interpretation. So Joseph came into them in the morning and looked at them, and saw they were troubled. Thus he asked Pharaoh's eunuchs, who were with him in the custody of his lord, saying, "Why do you look so sad today?" So they said to him, "We each had a dream, and there was no one to interpret it." Then Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Therefore relate them to me." Then the chief cupbearer related his dream to Joseph, and said to him, "Behold, in my dream a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches. It was as though it budded, its blossoms shot forth, and its clusters brought forth ripe grapes. Then Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand." And Joseph said to him, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Now, within 3 days, Pharaoh will remember your position and restore your office of chief cupbearer, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand according to the former manner, when you were his cupbearer. But remember me when it is well with you, and have mercy on me, make mention of me to Pharaoh, and get me out of this prison. For indeed I was stolen away from the land of the Hebrews, and I also have done nothing for them to put me into the dungeon." When the chief baker saw the interpretation was good, he said to Joseph, "I also had a dream, and there were 3 white baskets on my head. In the uppermost basket were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, and the birds ate them out of the basket on my head." So Joseph answered and said, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will lift off your head from you and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh from you." Now it came to pass on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants. And he remembered the positions of his chief cupbearer and chief baker among his servants. Then he restored the chief cupbearer to his position, and he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. Genesis 41. Joseph interprets the dreams of Pharaoh. Then it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh had a dream, and behold, he stood by the river. Suddenly there came up out of the river 7 cows, fine-looking and fat, and they fed in the meadow. Then behold, 7 other cows came up after them out of the river, ugly and gaunt, and stood by the other cows on the bank of the river. But the ugly and gaunt cows ate up the 7 fine-looking and fat cows. So Pharaoh awoke. He slept and dreamed a second time, and suddenly 7 ears of corn came up on one stalk, plump and good. Then behold, 7 ears of corn, thin and blighted by the east wind, sprang up after them. But the 7 thin ears of corn devoured the 7 plump and full ears. So Pharaoh awoke, and indeed it was a dream. Now it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all the interpreters of Egypt and all its wise men. Thus Pharaoh told them his dreams, but there was no one who could interpret them for Pharaoh. Then the cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I remember my sin this day, when Pharaoh was angry with his servants and put me in custody in the house of the chief bodyguard, both myself and the chief baker. We each had a dream in one night, both he and I. Each had a dream regarding himself. Now there was with us a young Hebrew servant of the chief bodyguard, and we related our dreams to him, and he interpreted them for us. And it came to pass, just as he interpreted for us, so it happened. He restored me to my office, but he hanged him. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him quickly out of the dungeon. And he shaved, changed his clothing, and came to Pharaoh. Thus Pharaoh said to Joseph, I had a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. But I heard it said of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it. So Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh an answer of peace. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, Behold, in my dream I stood on the bank of the river. Suddenly 7 cows came up out of the river, fine-looking and fat, and they fed in the meadow. Then, behold, 7 other cows came up after them, poor and very ugly and gaunt, such ugliness as I have never seen in all the land of Egypt. And the gaunt and ugly cows ate up the first 7, the fat cows. When they had eaten them, no one would have known they had eaten them, for they were just as ugly as at the beginning. So I awoke and fell asleep again. Again I saw in my dream, and suddenly 7 ears of corn came up on one stalk, full and good. Then behold, 7 ears of corn, withered, thin, and blighted by the east wind, sprang up after them. But the thin ears of corn devoured the 7 good ears. So I told all this to the interpreters, but there was no one who could explain it to me. Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dreams of Pharaoh are one. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears of corn are 7 years. The dreams are one. But the 7 thin and ugly cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty heads blighted by the east wind are 7 years of famine. This is the thing I have spoken to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. Indeed, 7 years of great plenty will come throughout all the land of Egypt, but after them 7 years of famine will arise, and all the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine will deplete the land. So the plenty will not be known in the land because of the famine following, for it will be very severe. Now the dream was repeated to Pharaoh twice, because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore, let Pharaoh select a sensible and intelligent man, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint governors over the land to collect 1/5 of the produce of the land of Egypt in the 7 plentiful years. So let them gather all the food of the 7 good years that are coming, and store up grain under Pharaoh's authority, and let them keep food in the cities. That food shall be as a reserve in the land for the 7 coming years of famine in the land of Egypt, that the land may not perish during the famine. Joseph made ruler of Egypt. Now this advice was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. Thus Pharaoh said to his servants, "Can we find such a man as this, who has the Spirit of God in him?" Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Inasmuch as God has shown you all this, there is no one as sensible and intelligent as you. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall be ruled according to your word. Only in regard to the throne will I be greater than you." So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "See, I have set you over all the land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh took the signet ring off his hand and put it on Joseph's hand, and he clothed him in garments of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. Then he had him ride in the second of his chariots, and they cried out before him, "Bow the knee!" So he set him over all the land of Egypt. Pharaoh also said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, and without your consent no man may lift his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paneah, and gave him as a wife Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On. Now Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Then Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went throughout all the land of Egypt. Now, in the 7 plentiful years, the ground brought forth abundantly. So he gathered up all the food of the 7 years of prosperity in the land of Egypt and stored the food in the cities. He laid up in every city the food of the fields that surrounded them. Joseph gathered very much grain, as the sand of the sea, until he stopped counting, for it was immeasurable. Now 2 sons were born to Joseph before the years of famine came, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, bore to him. Joseph called the name of his firstborn Manasseh. "For God has made me forget all my troubles and all my father's house." And the name of the second he called Ephraim. "For God has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my humiliation." Then the 7 years of plenty in the land of Egypt ended, and the 7 years of famine began to come, as Joseph said. The famine was in all lands, but in all the land of Egypt there was bread. So when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. Then Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph. Whatever he says to you, do." The famine was over all the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians. Then all countries also came to Joseph in Egypt to buy grain, because the famine was severe in all the earth. Genesis 42. Joseph's brothers come to Egypt. When Jacob found out there was grain for sale in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why are you standing idle?" Then he said, "Indeed, I heard there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy for us there, that we may live and not die." So Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. But Jacob did not send Joseph's brother Benjamin with his brothers, for he said, "Lest some calamity befall him." Thus the sons of Israel went to buy grain with those who were going there, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. Now Joseph was governor over the land, and it was he who sold to all the people of the land. So Joseph's brothers came and bowed down before him with their faces to the ground. Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them, but he acted as a stranger to them and spoke roughly with them. Then he said to them, "Where do you come from?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." So Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. Then Joseph remembered the dreams he dreamed about them, and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to map out the roads of the country." But they said to him, "No, my lord, your servants have come to buy food. We are all one man's sons. We are men of peace. Your servants are not spies." But he said to them, "No, but you have come to map out the roads of the land." Then they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan, and in fact the youngest is with our father today, and one is no more." But Joseph said to them, "It is as I spoke to you, namely, you are spies. In this manner you shall be manifested. By the life of Pharaoh you shall not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you, and let him bring your brother, and you shall be kept in prison, that your words may be tested to see whether there is any truth in you, or else, by the life of Pharaoh, surely you are spies." So he put them all together in prison 3 days. Then Joseph said to them the 3rd day, "Do this and live, for I fear God. If you are men of peace, let one of your brothers be confined to your prison house, but you go and carry grain for the famine of your houses. But bring your youngest brother to me, so your words will be verified, and you shall not die." So they did so. Then they said to one another, "We are truly guilty concerning our brother, for we saw the anguish of his soul when he pleaded with us, and we would not hear. Therefore this distress has come upon us." Reuben then answered them, saying, "Did I not speak to you, saying, 'Do not sin against the boy'? But you would not listen. Therefore, behold, his blood is now required of us." But they did not know Joseph understood them, for he spoke to them through an interpreter. Then Joseph turned himself away from them and wept. So he returned to them again and talked with them, and took Simeon from them and bound him before their eyes. Joseph then gave a command to fill their sacks with grain, to restore every man's money to his sack, and to give them provisions for the journey. Thus he did for them. The brothers depart for Canaan. So they loaded their donkeys with the grain and departed from there. But as one of them opened his sack to give his donkey feed at the encampment, he saw his money, and there it was in the mouth of his sack. So he said to his brothers, "My money has been returned to me, and there it is in my sack." Then their hearts failed them, and they were afraid, saying to one another, "What is this God has done to us?" Then they went to Jacob their father in the land of Canaan, and told them all that had happened to them, saying, "The man who is lord of the land spoke roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. But we said to him, 'We are men of peace. We are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is no more, and the youngest is with our father this day in the land of Canaan.' Then the man, but the lord of the country, said to us, 'By this I will know you are men of peace. Leave one of your brothers here with me. Take food for your households and be gone. Now bring your youngest brother to me. Then I shall know you are not spies, but men of peace. I will then grant your brother to you, and you may trade in the land.' Then it happened as they emptied their sacks that surprisingly each man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. So Jacob their father said to them, 'You have bereaved me. Joseph is no more, Simeon is no more, and you want to take Benjamin? All these things are against me.' Then Reuben spoke to his father, saying, 'Kill my 2 sons if I do not bring him back to you. Put him in my hands, and I will bring him back to you.' But he said, 'My son shall not go down with you,
for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If any calamity should befall him along the way in which you go, then you would bring down my gray hair with sorrow to the grave."
Genesis 43. Joseph's brothers returned to Egypt with Benjamin. Now the famine was severe in the land. So it came to pass, when they had eaten the grain they brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little food." But Judah spoke to him, saying, "The man solemnly warned us, saying, 'You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you.' If you send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the man said to us, 'You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you.' Then Israel said,
'Why did you deal so wrongfully with me as to tell the man whether you had yet another brother?'
But they said, 'The man asked us pointedly about ourselves and our family, saying, Is your father still alive? Have you another brother?' Thus we replied to him according to these words. Could we possibly have known he would say, 'Bring your brother down'?" Then Judah said to Israel his father, "Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you and all we have. I myself will be surety for him. From my hand you shall require him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame all my days. For if we had not lingered, surely by now we would have returned this second time." Then their father Israel said to them,
"If it must be so, then do this. Take some of the best fruits of the land in your vessels and carry down a present for the man, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, pistachio nuts and almonds. Take double money in your hand, and take back in your hand the money returned in the mouth of your sacks. Perhaps it was an oversight. Take your brother also, and arise, go back to the man. May God give you grace before the man, that he may release your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved, I am bereaved." So the men took that present and Benjamin, and they took double money in their hand, and arose and went down to Egypt, and they stood before Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin, his brother by the same mother, with them, he said to the steward of the house, "Take these men from my home, and slaughter an animal, and make ready, for these men will dine with me at noon." Then the man did as Joseph ordered, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. Now the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house, and they said, "It is because of the money returned to our sacks the first time that we are brought here to make a case against us and fall upon us, to take us as slaves with our donkeys." When they drew near to the steward of Joseph's house, they talked with him at the door of the house, saying, "We entreat you, my lord, we indeed came down the first time to buy food, but it happened when we came to the encampment that we opened our sacks, and there, to our surprise, each man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight. So we have brought it back in our hand, and we have brought down other money in our hands to buy food. We do not know who put the money in our sacks." But he said, "Mercy be on you. Do not be afraid. Your God and the God of your father has given you treasure in your sacks, and I am receiving your genuine money as full payment." Then he brought Simeon out to them. So the man brought the men into Joseph's house and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their donkeys feed. Then they made the present ready for Joseph's coming at noon, for they heard he would eat bread there. Thus when Joseph came home, they brought the present in their hand to him in the house,
and bowed down before him to the earth. Then he asked them about their well-being, and said, "Is your father well? The old man of whom you spoke? Is he still alive?" So they answered, "Your servant, our father, is in good health. He is still alive." Then he said, "Blessed be that man in God." And they bowed their heads down and prostrated themselves. Then Joseph lifted his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, "Is this your younger brother you said you would bring to me?" So he said, "May God grant you mercy, my son." Now his heart yearned for his brother, so Joseph made haste and sought somewhere to weep. Then he went into his inner chamber and wept there. He then washed his face and came out, and composed himself and said, "Serve the bread." So they set him a place by himself, and them by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with them by themselves, because the Egyptians could not eat food with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Egyptians. Now they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men looked in astonishment at one another. Then he took servings to them from before him, but Benjamin's serving was 5 times as much as any of theirs. So they drank and were merry with him. Genesis 44. Joseph's stolen cup. Now Joseph commanded the steward of his house, saying, "Fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put each man's money in the mouth of his sack. Also, put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and his grain money." So he did according to the word Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning dawned, the men were sent away, they and their donkeys. When they had gone out of the city, and were not yet far off, Joseph said to his steward, "Get up, follow the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid evil for good? Why have you stolen my silver cup? Is not this the cup from which my Lord drinks, and with which he indeed practices divination? You have done evil in so doing.' So he overtook them, and he spoke to them these same words. But they said to him, 'Why does my Lord say these words? Far be it from us that your servants should do such a thing. Look, we brought back to you from the land of Canaan the money we found in the mouths of our sacks. How, then, could we steal silver or gold from your Lord's house? With whomever of your servants it is found, let him die, and we also will be my Lord's servants.' Then he replied, 'Now, as you say, so it will be. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and you shall be blameless.' Then each man speedily let down his sack to the ground, and each opened his sack. So he searched the oldest and left off with the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they tore their clothes, and each man loaded his donkey, and returned to the city. So Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, and he was still there, and they fell down before him on the ground. Thus Joseph said to them, 'What is this thing you have done? Did you not know that such a man as I can certainly practice divination?' Then Judah said, 'What shall we say to my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? God has found out the wrongdoing of your servants. Here we are, my Lord's slaves, both we and he also with whom the cup was found.' But Joseph said, 'Far be it from me that I should do so. But the man in whose hand the cup was found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, go up in peace to your father.'" Judah speaks up for Benjamin. But then Judah came near to him and said, "O my lord, let your servant speak a word in my lord's hearing, and do not let your anger burn against your servant, for you are even like Pharaoh. My lord asked his servant, saying, 'Have you a father or a brother?' Then we said to my lord, We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, who is young. His brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother's children, and his father loves him. Then you said to your servants, Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes on him. But we said to my lord, The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. But you said to your servants, Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you shall see my face no more. So it was, when we went up to your servant my father, that we told him the words of my lord. And our father said, Go back and buy us a little food. But we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we will go down. For we may not see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us. Then your servant our father said to us, You know my wife bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me, and I said, Surely he was eaten by a wild animal, and I have not seen him since. But if you take this one also from me, and calamity befalls him, you shall bring down my gray hair with sorrow to the grave. Now, therefore, when I come to your servant our father, and the lad is not with us, since his life is bound up in the lad's life, it will happen, when he sees the lad is not with us, he will die. So your servants will bring down the gray hair of your servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For your servant became surety for the lad to my father, saying, If I do not bring him back to you, then I shall bear the blame before my father all my days. Now therefore, let your servant remain instead of the lad as a servant to my lord, and let the lad go up with his brothers. For how shall I go up to my father if the lad is not with me, lest perhaps I see the evil that would come upon my father? Genesis 45. Joseph reveals himself to his brothers. Now Joseph could not restrain himself before all those who stood by him, and he cried out, Make everyone go out from me. So no one stood with him while Joseph made himself known to his brothers. Then he wept aloud, and the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard it. Joseph then said to his brothers, I am Joseph. Does my father still live? But his brothers could not answer him, for they were stunned in his presence. But Joseph said to his brothers, Come near to me. So they came near. Then he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt. Now, therefore, do not be grieved or angry with yourselves because you sold me here. For God sent me before you to save life. For this is the 2nd year of famine in the land, and 5 years still remain in which there will be neither plowing nor harvesting. For God sent me before you to preserve you as remnant on the earth, and to sustain you as a great remnant. So now it was not you who sent me here, but God, and he made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, and ruler throughout all the land of Egypt. Hurry then, and go up to my father, and say to him, Thus says your son, Joseph, God made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me. Do not tarry. You shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near to me, you and your children, your children's children, your sheep and oxen, and all you have. There I will provide for you, lest you and your household and all you have come to poverty. For 5 years of famine still remain. And behold, your eyes and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see it is my mouth that speaks to you. Therefore you shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all you have seen, and you shall hurry and bring back my father down here. Then he fell on his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brothers and wept over them, and after this his brothers talked with him. Now the report of it was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brothers have come. So it pleased Pharaoh and his servants well. So Pharaoh said to Joseph,
"Say to your brothers, do this, load your conveyances and depart. Go to the land of Canaan, bring your father and your households and come to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you will eat the fat of the land. Now you are commanded, do this, take carts out of the land of Egypt for your little ones and your wives. Bring your father and come. Also, do not be concerned about your goods, for the best of all the land of Egypt is yours."
Thus the sons of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them carts according to the command of Pharaoh, and he gave them provisions for the journey. He gave to all of them, to each man, 2 changes of garments, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of gold and 5 changes of exceptionally fine garments. He also sent to his father these things: 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 mules loaded with grain, bread, and food for his father for the journey. So he sent his brothers away, and they departed. And he said to them, "See that you do not become angry with each other along the way." Then they went out of Egypt, and came to the land of Canaan to Jacob their father. Thus they told him, saying, "Joseph, your son is still alive, and he is ruler over all the land of Egypt." But Jacob's mind was completely stunned, for he could not believe them. But when they told him all the words Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the carts Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. Then Israel said,
"It is a great thing to me that my son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die."
Genesis 46. Jacob journeys to Egypt. Now Israel took his journey with all he had, and came to the well of oath, and offered a sacrifice to the God of his father Isaac. Then God spoke to Israel in a vision of the night, and said, "Jacob, Jacob." So he said,
"Here I am."
So God said to him, "I am the God of your fathers. Do not fear to go down to Egypt, for I will make of you a great nation there. I will go down with you to Egypt, and I will also surely bring you up again, and Joseph will put his hand on your eyes." Then Jacob arose from the well of oath, and the sons of Israel carried their father Jacob, their baggage, and their wives in the carts Pharaoh had sent to carry him. So they took their livestock and their goods which they had acquired in the land of Canaan, and went to Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him, his sons and his sons' sons, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed he brought with him to Egypt. Now these were the names of the children of Israel, Jacob and his sons, who went to Egypt. Reuben was Jacob's firstborn. The sons of Reuben were Enoch, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon were Jemuel, Jemin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi were Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah were Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Perez were Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Issachar were Tola, Puvah, Job, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun were Sered, Elon, and Jaleel. These were the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Mesopotamia of Syria, and his daughter Dinah. All the souls, his sons and his daughters, were 33. The sons of Gad were Ziphion, Haggi, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Erodi, and Ereli. The sons of Asher were Jimnah, Ishua, Isui, Biri, and Sarah, their sister. And the sons of Beriah were Hebar and Malchiel. These were the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter. And these she bore to Jacob, 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, were Joseph and Benjamin. Also to Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath, the daughter of Poti-Pherah, priest of On, bore to him. Sons were also born to Manasseh, Machir, whom his Syrian concubine bore to him, and Machir begot Gilead. Also the sons of Ephraim, Manasseh's brother, were Shuthelah and Tahan. The sons of Benjamin were Bela, Becher, Ashbel, and the sons of Bela were Gera, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Muppim, Huppim, and Gera begot Ard. These were the sons of Rachel, who were born to Jacob. All the souls were 18. The son of Dan was Husham. The sons of Naphtali were Jaziel, Guni, Jezer, and Shillem. These were the sons of Bilhah, whom Laban gave to Rachel his daughter, and she bore these to Jacob, 7 souls in all. All the souls who went with Jacob to Egypt, who came from his loins, besides Jacob's sons' wives, were 66 souls in all. The sons of Joseph born to him in the land of Egypt were 9. Thus all the souls of Jacob's house who went to Egypt were 75. Joseph meets Jacob in Goshen. Now he sent Judah before him to Joseph, that he might meet him in Goshen in the land of Ramses. So Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to Goshen to meet his father Israel. And he presented himself to him and fell on his neck and wept a good while. Then Israel said to Joseph,
Now let me die in peace, since I have seen your face, because you are still alive.
Joseph then said to his brothers, I will go up and tell Pharaoh, and say to him, My brothers and those of my father's house, who were in the land of Canaan, have come to me. But the men are shepherds, for they are pastoral men, and they have brought their flocks, their herds, and all they have. So it shall be, when Pharaoh calls you and says, What is your occupation? That you shall say, Your servants are pastoral men from our youth even till now, both we and also our fathers, that you may dwell in the land of Goshen in Arabia, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians. Genesis 47. Now Joseph went and told Pharaoh, and said, My father and my brothers, their flocks and their herds, and all they possess have come from the land of Canaan, and indeed they are in the land of Goshen. So he took 5 men from among his brothers and presented them to Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph's brothers, What is your occupation? So they said to Pharaoh, Your servants are shepherds, both we and our fathers. They also said to Pharaoh, We have come to dwell in the land, because your servants have no pasture for their cattle, for the famine is severe in the land of Canaan. Now, therefore, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen. Then Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, saying, Let them dwell in the land of Goshen, and if you know of capable men among them, make them overseers of my cattle. Thus Jacob and his sons came to Egypt, and Pharaoh, king of Egypt, heard about it. So Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, saying, Your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of Egypt is before you. Have your father and brothers dwell in the best of the land. Then Joseph brought in his father Jacob, and set him before Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Jacob, How old are you? Jacob said to Pharaoh,
The days of the years of my sojourn are 135. Few and evil have they been, but they have not attained to the days and years of my father's sojourn in life.
So Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before him. Thus Joseph settled his father and brothers, and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramses, as Pharaoh commanded. Then Joseph provided his father, his brothers, and all his father's household with bread, according to the number of individual persons. Joseph confronts the famine. Now there was no food in all the land, for the famine was very severe, and both the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan were devastated by the famine. So Joseph gathered up all the money found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, for the grain they bought, and all he doled out to them, and Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. Thus, when the money ran out in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, "Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For our money has run out." Then Joseph said, "Bring your cattle, and I will give you bread for them, if your money has run out." So they brought their cattle to Joseph, and he gave them bread in exchange for their horses, sheep, oxen, and donkeys. Thus he fed them with bread that year in exchange for all their cattle. When that year ended, they came to him the next year and said to him, "We will not hide from my lord that our money has run out, and my lord also has our possessions and cattle. There is nothing left in the sight of my lord but our bodies and our lands. Why should we die therefore before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants of Pharaoh. Give us seed, that we may live and not die, that the land may not be desolate." So Joseph bought all the land of the Egyptians for Pharaoh, for every man of the Egyptians sold his land to Pharaoh, because the famine was severe upon them. Thus the land became Pharaoh's. Now as for the people, he moved them into the cities, from one end of the borders of Egypt to the other. Only the land of the priests he did not buy, for the priests had rations allotted to them by Pharaoh, and they ate their rations Pharaoh gave them. Therefore they did not sell their land. Then Joseph said to all the Egyptians, "Indeed, I have bought you and your land this day for Pharaoh. Look, here is seed for you, and you shall sow the land. Then it shall come to pass in the harvest that you shall give 1/5 to Pharaoh. 4/5 shall be your own, as seed for the field and for your food, for those of your households." So they said, "You have saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants." Then Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt to this day, that Pharaoh should have 1/5, except for the land of the priests only, which did not become Pharaoh's. Joseph's promise to Jacob. So Israel dwelt in the land of Egypt, in the land of Goshen, and they acquired possessions there and increased and multiplied exceedingly. Now Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the length of Jacob's life was 147 years. Thus, when the time drew near for Jacob to die, he called his son Joseph and said to him,
"If I have found grace in your sight, put your hand under my thigh, and deal with me in mercy and truth. Do not bury me in Egypt, but let me lie with my fathers. You shall carry me out of Egypt, and bury me in their burial place."
So he said, "I will do as you say." Then he said,
"Swear to me."
And he swore to him. So Israel bowed himself on the top of his staff. Genesis 48. Jacob blesses his grandsons. Now it came to pass after these things that Joseph was told, "Indeed, your father is sick." And he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, and went to Jacob. Thus Jacob was told, "Look, your son Joseph is coming to you." And Israel strengthened himself and sat up on the bed. Then Jacob said to Joseph,
My God appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said to me, Behold, I will increase and multiply you, and I will make of you a gathering of nations, and give this land to your seed after you as an everlasting possession. Now, therefore, your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who were born to you in the land of Egypt before I came to you in Egypt, are mine, as Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. Your offspring, whom you beget after them, shall take possession of their inheritances within the tribes of their brothers. But as for me, when I came from Mesopotamia of Syria, Rachel died beside me in the land of Canaan on the way, when there was but a little distance to go to Ephrath. And I buried her there, on the way to Ephrath.
That is, Bethlehem. Then Israel saw Joseph's sons and said,
Who are these with you?
So Joseph said to his father, They are my sons God gave me here. Jacob then said,
Bring them to me, that I may bless them.
Now the eyes of Israel were dim by reason of old age, and he could not see. Then Joseph brought them near to him, and he kissed and embraced them. Then Israel said to Joseph,
I had not thought to see your face, but in fact, God has also shown me your seed.
So Joseph brought them from beside his knees, and they bowed down with their face to the ground. Then Joseph took them both, Ephraim with his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh with his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near him. Thus Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it on Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, guiding his hands knowingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. Then he blessed them and said,
God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac were well-pleasing, the God who has fed me all my life long to this day, the angel who redeemed me from all evil, bless these lads. Let my name be named upon them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a great multitude in the midst of the earth.
Now when Joseph saw his father put his right hand on the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, so he took hold of his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. So Joseph said to his father, Not so, my father, for this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head. But his father refused and said,
I know, my son, I know. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be exalted. But truly, his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations.
So he blessed them that day, saying,
By you Israel will be blessed, saying, May God make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh.
Thus he set Ephraim before Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph,
Behold, I am about to die, but God will be with you and bring you back to the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brothers. I am giving you Shechem, which I took from the hand of the Amorites with my sword and bow.
Genesis 49. Jacob's final words to his sons. Now Jacob called his sons and said,
Gather together, that I may tell you what shall befall you in the last days. Gather together and hear, you sons of Jacob, and listen to Israel your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might and the beginning of my children. You are hard to bear. You are hardened in your self-will, unstable as water in your insolence. You went up to your father's bed, then you defiled it. Simeon and Levi are brothers. They accomplished their injustice from their free choice. Let not my soul enter their council. Let not my honor be united to their assembly. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they hamstrung an ox. Cursed be their anger, for it was self-willed, and their wrath, for it was hardened. I will divide them in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel. Judah, you are he whom your brothers shall praise. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons shall bow down before you. Judah is a lion's cub. From being a shoot, my son, you have grown up. He bows down and slept as a lion and a cub. And who shall rouse him? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from his loins, until Shiloh comes. And to him shall be the expectation of the nations, binding his colt to a vine, and his donkey's colt to its branch. He will wash his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are gland from the wine, and his teeth are whiter than milk. Zebulun shall dwell by the sea-coast. He shall be near a haven for ships, and his brother shall adjoin Sidon. Issachar desired what was good, resting between the inheritances, and seeing his resting place was good, and the land was fertile, he set his shoulder to hard work, and became a farmer. Dan shall judge his own people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, a viper lying in ambush by the path, that bites the horse's heels, that its rider may fall backward, waiting for the Lord's salvation. As for Gad, a raider shall raid him, and he shall raid them in close pursuit. As for Asher, his food shall be abundant, and he will furnish dainties for rulers. Naphtali is a spreading stem, bestowing beauty by its produce. Joseph is a grown-up son that was envied. Oh, my youngest son returned to me. They devised evil plans against him and reviled him, and the archers were taking aim at him. But their bows were broken by force, and the sinews of the arms of their hands were enfeebled, on account of the hand of the mighty one of Jacob. Since he who strengthened Israel is from the God of your father, and my God has helped you and blessed you with a blessing from heaven above, and with a blessing of the earth containing everything. By reason of the blessing of breasts and the womb, he made the blessing of your father and mother stronger than the blessings of stable mountains and everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the brothers he led. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he will still be eating, and in the evening he will provide food. The death and burial of Jacob. All these are the 12 sons of Israel, and this is what their father spoke to them, and blessed them, and he blessed each one according to his own blessing. Then he charged them and said to them, I am to be added to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite, opposite Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought from Ephron the Hittite as a possession for a burial place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife, and there I buried Leah. The field and the cave there were purchased from the sons of Heth.
Thus, when Jacob finished commanding his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed, and breathed his last, and was added to his people. Genesis 50. Now Joseph fell on his father's face, and wept over him, and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. So the physicians embalmed Israel. 40 days were required for him, for such are the days required for those embalmed, and the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. So when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke to the princes of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found grace in your sight, speak in the hearing of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Behold, in the grave I dug for myself in the land of Canaan, there you shall bury me. Now therefore let me go up and bury my father, and I will come back. Then Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, as he made you swear. So Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, as well as all the house of Joseph, his brothers, and his father's house. Only their sheep and oxen they left in the land of Goshen. There also went up with him both chariots and horses, and it was a very great gathering. Then they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Jordan, and they mourned there with a great and very solemn lamentation. He observed 7 days of mourning for his father. So when the inhabitants of the land of Canaan saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, This is a deep mourning of the Egyptians. Therefore its name was called the mourning of Egypt, which is beyond the Jordan. Thus his sons did for him just as he commanded them. For his sons carried him to the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, opposite Mamre, which Abraham bought from Ephron the Hittite as property for a burial place. After he buried his father, Joseph returned to Egypt, he and his brothers and all who went up with him to bury his father. Joseph comforts his brothers. When Joseph's brothers saw their father was dead, they said, Perhaps Joseph will hate us and may actually repay us for all the evil we did to him. So they came to Joseph, saying, Before your father died, he commanded, saying, Thus you shall say to Joseph, I beg you, forgive the injustices of your brothers and their sin, for they did evil to you. Now forgive the injustice of the servants of the God of your father. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. Then his brothers also went and fell down before his face, and they said, Behold, we are your servants. So Joseph said to them, Do not be afraid, for I belong to God. But as for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, in order to bring it about as it is this day, to save many people alive. Now therefore, do not be afraid. I will provide for you and your households. Thus he commanded them and spoke to their heart. Joseph dies in Egypt. So Joseph dwelt in Egypt, he and his brothers. Then Joseph lived 110 years. Joseph saw Ephraim's children to the 3rd generation, and the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were also brought up on Joseph's knees. Then Joseph said to his brethren, I am about to die, but God will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land to the land God swore to our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus Joseph took an oath from the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him and put him in a coffin in Egypt. This has been Genesis of the Orthodox Study Bible.